A cold wind swept through the ancient forest, carrying whispers that seemed older than the trees themselves. Shadows stretched long and dark, playing tricks on the eyes, while faint, melodic laughter echoed from nowhere and everywhere at once. In the minds of the old ones, this was no ordinary wind. It was a sign, a reminder of the beings who existed before mortals claimed the land as their own. Long before human feet pressed against the earth, the stories began. Not spoken by mouths, but carried in the trembling leaves, the rushing rivers, and the crackle of fire under the starlit sky. The stories spoke of beings born from the essence of the wild, a spark of creation that was neither wholly divine nor entirely mortal. These beings were beauty and terror intertwined, their forms as fluid as the elements. Some called them protectors, others deceivers. To many, they were simply the watchers of the untamed. Children sat wide-eyed around the hearth, clutching their blankets tightly, as the elders spoke of figures that could step through the air as though it were water. These beings were not of flesh and blood like humans. Their eyes were said to hold entire worlds within them, glimpses of firelit mountains, vast oceans, and endless skies. Yet those same eyes could turn as cold as winter, their gaze piercing like shards of ice. Never look them directly in the eye, the old ones warned, their voices trembling with a mix of awe and fear. For they will see every secret you carry, every sin you hide. The elders claimed the myths began when the first humans noticed shapes moving in the mist. Creatures that walked lightly upon the earth, their feet leaving no trace, as though they had no weight at all. They came at twilight, that fleeting moment when day and night waged their eternal battle. It was then the first tales were whispered, of the ones who sang to the moon, who shaped the winds with their breath, and who vanished before dawn broke. But there was another story. One that wasn't told by firesides, one that remained a shiver in the spine or a hurried prayer whispered into the night. It spoke of a meeting long ago, a human hunter lost in the forest, his body weary and broken. He saw her first, a figure as luminous as starlight, her hair cascading like a river of gold. She approached him, her steps silent as death. When she reached him, she smiled, a smile that could halt the sun. He fell to his knees, his breath stolen not by awe, but by something darker. She leaned in, her lips close to his ear, and whispered words he could not understand. The hunter returned to the village days later, but he was not the same. His eyes, once warm and filled with life, now mirrored the void of the deepest night. He spoke in riddles and could no longer bear the touch of iron, his skin blistering at the slightest contact. By the next moon, he vanished, leaving only a trail of strange symbols carved into the walls of his home. The villagers whispered that he had been taken, not in body, but in soul, by the ones who existed before time had a name. In the farthest corners of the world, where the stars hung low enough to touch, there were those who claimed to hear the voices of these beings. They would describe melodies so hauntingly beautiful they could make the strongest hearts weep. But they also spoke of the silence that followed, a silence so heavy it felt as if the earth itself was holding its breath. Those who heard this silence too often were said to never truly return. They would become hollow, their laughter brittle, their minds lost in the echoes of something too vast, too ancient to comprehend. The tales weren't always so sinister. There were those who believed these beings were protectors, guiding lost souls back to the safety of the hearth. Farmers swore their crops grew bountifully under the watchful gaze of the unseen. But even in gratitude, the offerings were made with trembling hands. A bowl of milk left at the doorstep, a song sung under the light of the moon, all gestures of reverence mixed with fear. For gratitude could so easily turn to wrath if the gifts were found wanting. The myths grew like vines, twisting and tangling with each other, feeding on the fears and hopes of the people. Over time, the beings came to be known by many names. Some called them the fair folk, a title spoken softly to avoid offending them. Others used harsher terms, condemning them as deceivers who wore the faces of beauty to hide their true forms. But one truth remained: these beings were not to be trifled with. As the years passed, the stories became fragmented, scattered like leaves in the wind. What was once an intricate tapestry of awe and dread became half-remembered fragments passed down through generations. Yet, even in their diluted form, the myths retained a power that could not be ignored. The rustling of leaves at dusk, the sudden chill in the air, these were reminders that the beings, whatever they were, had not truly left. They lingered, watching from the shadows, waiting for the moments when the veil between their world and ours grew thin. And so, the tales continued, whispered in hushed tones by those brave enough to speak of them. But even as the words faded into silence, the feeling remained. A tingling at the back of the neck, a quickened heartbeat, a sense of being watched. The myths may have been born long ago, but they were far from forgotten. There were hints, even in the faintest of whispers, that these beings were not just creatures of myth. That their presence, woven into the fabric of ancient stories, was more real than anyone dared to admit. If the wind carried their laughter, if the forest bore their footprints, then who, or what, were they truly? The fire crackled weakly in the cold, starless night as the elders gathered in a circle, their faces illuminated by flickering amber light. The tribe sat huddled, listening intently, their breaths forming small clouds in the chill air. Stories from the time before words were inscribed on stone were carried through generations like sacred relics. They were not mere tales to entertain, they were warnings, memories etched in the marrow of their bones. Long before temples were built or kings wore crowns, the world belonged to the wild. Humans were not masters then, but small, fragile creatures clinging to survival. The forest stretched endlessly, dark and unyielding, sheltering creatures both familiar and strange. Among these were beings who were neither man nor beast, neither god nor demon. They moved like shadows, spoke in whispers carried by the wind, and seemed to melt into the earth when pursued. The people did not give them a name, they feared names would give the beings power, tying them too closely to the world of men. The oldest stories came from the deep caves where humans first sought refuge. Scratched into the walls were figures, slender and tall, their limbs unnaturally elongated, their eyes unnervingly large. These beings stood apart from the crude depictions of hunted animals or warring tribes. They seemed watching. Always watching. Hunters spoke of fleeting encounters. A deer chased into the heart of the woods would suddenly vanish, as though swallowed by the forest itself. Moments later, they would feel eyes on their backs, cold and ancient. Once, a brave hunter claimed he saw a figure emerge from the mist, a pale, almost translucent form with shimmering hair that caught the moonlight. It tilted its head, its eyes glinting with an intelligence that was neither kind nor cruel, but something altogether inhuman. The hunter froze. When he awoke hours later, he was alone, his prey long gone, and his memory of the encounter fractured like a dream. These beings were not always hostile, or so it seemed. Some tribes left offerings at the edges of their camps, carved stones, animal bones, or bundles of fragrant herbs. They believed these gifts might appease the watchers, ensuring the safety of their children and the bounty of their hunts. But there was always a price, even if it wasn't immediately clear. A child might wander too far and never return, or an entire herd of game might vanish from familiar hunting grounds. The people spoke in hushed tones, uncertain whether these acts were punishment, mockery, or some unknowable game played by forces beyond their understanding. In the frozen north, where the night stretched endlessly in winter, tales of the watchers grew more sinister. People whispered of pale lights moving through the snowfields, leading travelers astray. The lost were found days later, their bodies preserved in the ice, their faces twisted in terror. Yet, strangely, their belongings, arrows, knives, even food, remained untouched. It was as though the beings took only what couldn't be seen, the spirit, the life spark. The elders called them takers of breath. Further south, in the thick, sweltering jungles, the stories took on a different tone. Here, the watchers were said to dance under the dense canopy, their laughter echoing like distant thunder. They were masters of disguise, their forms shifting like the patterns of the leaves above. Hunters would return with tales of stumbling upon a beautiful figure, radiant and adorned with flowers. The figure would beckon, and though every instinct screamed to turn away, the hunter would follow. Those who returned were forever changed. Their eyes seemed hollow, their movements sluggish, as though they were caught in a dream they could never wake from. In arid deserts, where survival depended on the fickle mercy of rain, the stories became more desperate. The Watchers were not seen here, but felt their presence like a shadow that stretched too far under the blazing sun. Travelers spoke of hearing faint voices in the wind, voices that promised water and shelter. Those who followed the voices often found only barren land. But the most terrifying part? Their footprints would sometimes vanish mid-stride, as though they had been plucked from the earth itself. The myths of these beings were not confined to one land or one tribe. Across vast distances, isolated cultures shared eerily similar tales. How could people who had never met, whose lives were separated by oceans and mountains, describe the same figures with the same haunting details? The elders offered no answers, only warnings: respect the Watchers, offer them gifts, and never, ever linger when the wind shifts and the shadows grow too long. Over time, the people began to assign meaning to these beings. They weren't just wanderers in the woods or dancers in the jungles, they were something more. In some tribes, they were seen as the firstborn of the world, the children of the earth itself. In others, they were the remnants of an older time, a time when the world was wilder and less forgiving. But there were also whispers of a darker truth, that these beings were exiles, cast out from their own kind for crimes too terrible to name. They were said to carry a grudge, not against their own, but against those who had taken their place in the world, humans. The Watchers were not gods, though they were often mistaken for them. Gods could be bargained with, prayed to, even defied. But these beings operated on a different plane, their motives inscrutable. They didn't want worship, they didn't even want fear. What they wanted, if they wanted anything at all, was something no human could understand. And that was what made them so terrifying. Even now, when the old fires have long gone cold and the stories have faded into bedtime tales, their presence lingers. In the stillness of a forest, the echo of laughter in an empty canyon, or the shimmer of light in the corner of your eye, there's a sense that they are still watching. Waiting. For what? No one knows. But the feeling remains, as ancient as the caves where their images were first scratched into stone. The wind carries strange songs across the mountains, and the rivers murmur names in languages long forgotten. These whispers seem to linger in every corner of the world, connecting cultures that should have remained apart. From the frozen tundras of the north to the arid deserts of the south, the stories persist. They speak of beings who are neither bound by borders nor time, their essence woven into the fabric of human history. Elves, or something like them, exist across continents, each culture shaping their image, yet the similarities are impossible to ignore. In the northern reaches, among the fjords and icy peaks, the Norse called them Alfar. These beings were not mere companions of nature, they were its guardians and its judges. The people of these lands believed the elves inhabited Alfheim, a realm of light and beauty hidden from mortal eyes. Yet, beauty in these tales often masked danger. It was said that crossing into their domain uninvited would result in an enchantment that left one wandering the frozen wilderness until death. Farmers left offerings of cream and bread on their doorsteps, praying for the elves' favor over their crops and livestock. To anger them was to risk famine or disease, a curse as swift and relentless as the northern winters. Far to the east, in the dense, ancient forests of Siberia, whispers of similar beings emerged. The Evenki people spoke of Chuthal, spirits of the woods who were both protectors and predators. These beings were said to appear as shadowy figures, their forms indistinct, blending seamlessly with the trees. Hunters feared their wrath, for the Chuthal were said to control the animals of the forest. A hunter who killed without respect risked more than an empty trap, they risked being lured into the deep woods, never to return. The elders claimed to have seen footprints in the snow that ended abruptly, as if the walker had vanished into thin air. In the dense jungles of Africa, the stories shifted but held the same eerie threads. Tribes in the Congo Basin spoke of the Mokol Bantu, the hidden watchers. Unlike the Alfar or Chuthal, these beings were smaller in stature, blending with the vines and undergrowth. They were said to guide lost travelers to safety, but only if their intentions were pure. Yet, if one carried malice in their heart, the jungle would seem to close in, paths twisting and doubling back, until the traveler was consumed by the endless green. Shamans warned against mocking the Watchers, their patience, though vast, was not infinite. Further south, In the deserts of Australia, the Aboriginal people spoke of memes, slender beings who lived within the rock crevices of the arid landscape. The memes were said to teach early humans the ways of survival, how to hunt, how to find water, how to listen to the land. But their assistance came at a cost. The memes were easily angered, their wrath manifesting in violent sandstorms or sudden droughts. The elders told of a man who mocked the memes, carving their likeness into a tree without offering respect. That night, the winds came, howling like a wounded beast, and by morning, the man and his village were buried beneath the dunes. Across the vast oceans, the Polynesian islands carried their own echoes of these beings. The Menehune of Hawaiian legend were small, elusive figures known for their craftsmanship and cunning. By night, they built temples and roads with a skill that surpassed even the most skilled human hands. Yet, their generosity was not freely given. A farmer who neglected to leave food for the Menehune might find their tools broken or their fields barren. Their laughter, high and sharp, was said to haunt those who disrespected the land. In the cold Andes Mountains of South America, the Quechua people believed in Apis, spirits of the peaks who guarded the highlands. Though more like gods, their interactions with humans mirrored those of the elves elsewhere. Travelers who climbed too high without reverence for the Apis often found themselves lost in sudden snowstorms, their cries swallowed by the thin air. The Apis were said to appear as tall, radiant figures in dreams, offering warnings or blessings depending on the traveler's heart. Even in Europe, where the term elf first took root, the variations were endless. The Celtic city, the Slavic domovoi, the Germanic wights, each culture had its version of the Watchers, the Hidden Ones. They were tied to the land, yet always separate, operating on a logic that defied human understanding. Some were benevolent, offering gifts and guidance, while others were cruel, their games ending in madness or death. What unites these stories is not their differences, but their eerie similarities. Across continents, isolated by oceans and vast distances, humans spoke of beings who existed just beyond their grasp. They described creatures who walked unseen, whose motives were incomprehensible, yet whose presence was undeniable. The Watchers were everywhere, their forms shifting with the culture that observed them, yet their essence remained the same, ancient, untamed, and otherworldly. The question remains, why? Why do these myths recur, their details eerily consistent despite the separation of time and space? Are they mere projections of human fear, a way to explain the unexplainable? Or do they hint at something far older than humanity itself, something that binds us all in its gaze? Whatever the answer, the stories persist, their voices carried on the winds, over oceans, and through the darkest corners of the earth. A faint mist clung to the forest floor, curling around the roots of ancient trees as though it had a life of its own. The air was thick, heavy with a silence that seemed unnatural, as if the very world held its breath. In places like this, where the boundaries of the known and the unknown blurred, whispers of the otherworld grew louder. It was said that in these liminal spaces, where the veil between realms was at its thinnest, one could feel their presence. The elves, tied not only to the earth but to something beyond it, were guardians, prisoners, and wanderers of the otherworld. The otherworld was not a place easily defined. It was not heaven, nor was it hell, but something altogether different, a realm of endless possibilities and dangers. Some said it was a parallel existence, layered over our own, where time unraveled and logic dissolved. Here, the laws of nature were merely suggestions. Rivers flowed with molten light, forests glowed with colors no human eyes could comprehend, and the air was alive with whispers that could drive a mortal mad. This was the elves' true home, or so the stories claimed. The connection between elves and the otherworld was not a casual one. It was said that their very existence hinged on their ability to traverse the fragile border between the two realms. For them, the otherworld was not an escape but a necessity, a source of vitality and power. To be cut off from it was to wither, to fade into nothingness. Yet, this connection came at a price, one that seemed to weigh heavily on these beings. Legend spoke of thresholds, the places where the otherworld bled into ours. These were often marked by natural oddities, a lone tree standing in an empty field, a circle of stones untouched by moss, or a spring that never ran dry, no matter the season. People learned to fear these places, calling them fairy rings or witch circles. The brave, or foolish, might step within, hoping to glimpse the wonders of the otherworld. Most never returned. Those who did often spoke in riddles, their eyes haunted by visions they could not explain. The stories of those who crossed into the otherworld were chilling. A young woman once followed the sound of a haunting melody into a moonlit glade. There, she found a gathering of beings with silver hair and glowing eyes, their laughter like the chime of distant bells. She danced with them, losing herself in their unearthly rhythm. When she finally stumbled back to her village, she found that years had passed, her family long gone, her home reduced to ruins. The elves had stolen her time, a currency more valuable than gold. In other tales, the otherworld was a place of trials, where mortals who strayed were tested by the elves. Some were tasked with impossible riddles, others were forced to confront their deepest fears. Those who failed were never seen again, their screams said to echo through the night. But even those who succeeded often returned changed. Their hair might turn silver, their eyes might shine with a faint, otherworldly glow, and they would forever carry an aura of unease, as if they no longer fully belonged to the human world. For the elves, the connection to the otherworld was not without its own perils. The old tales hinted at a curse, a punishment for some ancient transgression. Some said the elves were exiles, banished from the otherworld for crimes too great to name. Others believed they were bound to act as its gatekeepers, ensuring that no mortal trespassed where they did not belong. This role seemed to weigh on them, their beauty tinged with sorrow, their laughter often hollow. To see an elf was to feel a deep, inexplicable sadness, as if witnessing a star slowly fading from the sky. The otherworld was also a source of their power, and with it came temptations. It was whispered that some elves grew greedy, hoarding its energy for themselves. These beings became corrupted, their light dimming to a dark, malevolent shadow. They no longer guided or warned but sought to harm, luring mortals into traps from which there was no escape. These dark elves, as they were called, were said to haunt the thresholds, waiting for those foolish enough to stray too close. There were fleeting moments when the connection between the worlds was at its strongest. Samhain, the liminal time between autumn and winter, was one such moment. The veil thinned, and the otherworld spilled into ours like a tide at its peak. Lights danced in the sky, strange music filled the air, and those who wandered alone were said to vanish without a trace. The elves were most active then, their motives inscrutable. Some seemed to seek communion with the living, while others appeared to revel in the chaos of the blurred boundaries. Even now, when the old beliefs have faded and the thresholds are dismissed as superstition, the feeling lingers. A sudden chill in the air, a shadow that flickers just out of sight, or the unshakable sense of being watched, these are remnants of the connection, signs that the otherworld and its enigmatic inhabitants are never far away. For the elves, that connection is life itself, but for humans, it is a warning. To cross the border is to gamble with something far greater than one's life, one's very soul. The forest felt alive, as if it had a heartbeat of its own. The air was heavy with the scent of moss and damp earth, the sun filtering through the canopy in fractured, golden beams. But there was an unease beneath the beauty, a tension that prickled at the edges of perception. It was said that the elves were here, somewhere in the shifting shadows. Were they protectors of this ancient wood, or were they its unseen masters, bending it to their will? The answer depended on who told the story, and how much of it they dared to tell. The old tales spoke of elves as the shapers of nature, their presence imprinted on the land like an artist's signature. They could coax a seed to sprout in barren soil or summon rain to parched fields. Trees twisted into intricate shapes under their guidance, their boughs forming arches that seemed to lead to another world. Flowers bloomed in colors that defied human imagination, their petals glowing softly under the moonlight. Farmers in remote villages would leave offerings at the edges of their fields, praying for the elves' touch to bless their crops. To some, these beings were saviors, their connection to nature a gift that ensured balance and prosperity. But there was another side to the stories, one far less comforting. For every tale of elven kindness, there was another of devastation. Forests that once thrived under their care became dark, impenetrable labyrinths. Rivers turned black, their waters thick with poison. Entire villages vanished overnight, consumed by the land as if they had never existed. Survivors, if there were any, spoke of hearing a low, mournful hum in the air before the disaster struck, a sound that seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere at once. The dichotomy was chilling. How could beings so attuned to the natural world also bring about its destruction? The answer, some said, lay in their perspective. To the elves, humanity's concept of good and evil was irrelevant. They acted in accordance with a deeper, older logic, one that humans could neither understand nor escape. To them, the land was not something to be used or preserved, it was alive, and it demanded respect. Those who failed to honor it often paid the price, their punishment swift and merciless. In one chilling tale, a wealthy merchant sought to cut down an ancient grove to build a grand estate. He dismissed the villagers' warnings, scoffing at their stories of elves who guarded the woods. The first tree fell with a sound that echoed for miles, unnatural in its resonance. That night, the merchant's workers fled, claiming they had seen figures with glowing eyes watching them from the shadows. Undeterred, the merchant hired new laborers and pressed on. Within days, his fortune began to crumble, ships sank, goods spoiled, and his family fell ill. The estate was never built, and the grove reclaimed the land, its trees growing taller and denser than before. Such stories fueled the belief that the elves were not merely part of nature, they were its will-made flesh. They could nurture and destroy with equal fervor, their actions a reflection of the land's needs. In places where the balance was respected, their presence was subtle, almost benevolent. But where greed and exploitation reigned, their wrath was unavoidable. It was as if they were nature's way of correcting humanity's excesses, a force that could not be bargained with or evaded. Yet, there were those who believed the elves' role as shapers or destroyers was not a choice but a curse. Some legends suggested they were bound to the land, their very existence tied to its health. If the forests flourished, so did they. If the rivers dried up, their own vitality waned. This connection, while powerful, was also a source of torment. They were said to feel every wound inflicted upon the earth as if it were their own. A tree felled without respect brought them agony, a polluted stream left them weakened. In this view, their acts of destruction were not acts of malice but cries of desperation, attempts to restore a balance that humanity had thrown into chaos. The duality of their nature raised an unsettling question: were the elves truly allies of the natural world, or were they its oppressors? Some claimed they manipulated the land to suit their whims, reshaping it in ways that served their own mysterious purposes. The forests they guarded became mazes that trapped unwelcome intruders. The storms they summoned seemed less like blessings and more like warnings, their ferocity unmatched. These tales painted the elves not as caretakers but as tyrants, ruling over the natural world with an iron will hidden beneath their ethereal beauty. But the truth was never simple. The elves, like the forces they embodied, defied categorization. They were as much a part of nature as the storms and the seasons, neither inherently good nor evil. Their actions, whether nurturing or destructive, were a reflection of the world's needs, a response to the imbalance that humanity often brought upon itself. In their eyes, perhaps, humans were the true destroyers, their ignorance and greed the real threat to the land. And so the question lingered, unanswered: were the elves saviors or punishers, allies or adversaries? Perhaps they were all of these things, their essence as complex and unknowable as the wilderness they guarded. Whatever the case, one truth remained: their presence was a reminder that nature, in all its beauty and brutality, could not be controlled. It demanded respect, and for those who dared to defy it, the consequences were written in the wind, the soil, and the shifting shadows of the forest. The icy winds of the north howled across the rugged landscapes, weaving through jagged mountains and whispering across frozen fjords. It was in this harsh, unforgiving world that the stories of the elves were born. To the ancient Norse, these beings were more than mythical, they were woven into the very fabric of existence, their presence as natural and inevitable as the shifting seasons or the wrath of a storm. But their nature, shrouded in mystery and contradiction, left even the wisest of skalds uneasy. Were they beings of light and beauty, or something darker, more enigmatic? The elves of Norse mythology, known as Alfar, were neither wholly benevolent nor malevolent. Divided into two distinct groups, the light elves, Ljósulfar, and the dark elves, Dalkalfar, they occupied opposite ends of the spectrum of existence. Yet even these distinctions were murky, their true roles and motivations concealed beneath layers of myth and interpretation. The light elves were said to reside in Alfheim, a realm of beauty and light ruled by the god Freyr, the Vanir deity of fertility and prosperity. These elves were radiant beings, their presence evoking wonder and awe. Farmers and seafarers sought their blessings for bountiful harvests and safe voyages, leaving offerings to appease them. The light elves were often likened to demigods, their wisdom and power revered but always tinged with fear. Their beauty, it was said, could blind a mortal, and their favor, though rare, came at a steep price. Yet beneath the surface of their ethereal glow lay an unsettling truth: their aid was never freely given. Mortals who sought their help often found themselves bound to them in ways they could not escape. A farmer who begged for a fertile season might find his lands thriving, but would awaken to find his youngest child vanished, a trade made without his consent. These were no acts of malice, but rather the workings of a logic incomprehensible to human minds. To the elves, balance was paramount, and for every gift given, a debt must be repaid. In stark contrast were the dark elves, whose shadowy forms were said to dwell deep beneath the earth in Svartalfheim, a realm of perpetual twilight. Often conflated with the dwarves, Dvergr, these beings were master craftsmen, their skills unmatched. The weapons of the gods, Thor's hammer Mjolnir, Odin's spear Gungnir, were born of their hands. But their gifts, like those of their luminous kin, were double-edged. Their creations carried immense power, but with it came curses, binding those who wielded them to fates they could neither foresee nor escape. The Dark Elves, despite their reputation, were not inherently evil. They were pragmatic, their actions governed by necessity rather than malice. Their realm, shrouded in shadow, reflected their nature, secretive, enigmatic, and deeply tied to the earth. While the Light Elves were seen as guardians of life and growth, the Dark Elves represented decay and the inevitability of death. Together, they embodied the duality of existence, a balance that the Norse understood as vital to the universe's order. But even as the Norse divided the elves into light and dark, their stories often blurred these boundaries. Elves were neither wholly good nor evil, and their interactions with mortals reflected this complexity. They could heal and harm, protect and curse, uplift and destroy, their motivations unfathomable to those who sought to categorize them. To the Norse, this ambiguity was not a flaw but a reflection of the world's inherent chaos, a reminder that the forces shaping existence could not be easily understood or controlled. One tale tells of a warrior who, wounded in battle, stumbled into a sacred grove said to be under the protection of the elves. Desperate for aid, he called out to them, offering his sword and his life in exchange for healing. A figure appeared, radiant and terrible, and with a touch, the warrior's wounds vanished. But when he returned to his village, he found himself changed. His once bold spirit was subdued, his laughter hollow. At night, he dreamed of the grove, the light of the elf's eyes piercing through the darkness. Though his body had been healed, his soul seemed tethered to something beyond mortal understanding. Such stories were warnings, not just of the elves' power but of their alien nature. To seek their aid was to gamble with one's humanity, to enter a pact with beings who operated on a level beyond comprehension. The Norse saw the elves as neither saviors nor villains but as forces of nature, their actions as unpredictable and impartial as a storm or a wildfire. The true nature of the elves in Norse mythology remains elusive, their duality a mirror of the world they inhabited. They were beings of contradiction, embodying creation and destruction, light and shadow, life and death. To the Norse, this complexity was not something to be feared but respected. The elves were a reminder of the delicate balance that governed existence, a balance that mortals, in their ignorance, often sought to disrupt. And in the darkened forests and hidden groves of the north, the echoes of their presence lingered, a testament to their enduring power and mystery. The mist hummed thick over the moors, curling around ancient standing stones like ghostly fingers. Beneath the veil of twilight, the land seemed alive with an energy both enchanting and menacing. To the Celts, this was the domain of the Alsi, the elves of their lore. These beings were not mere figments of imagination, but entities woven into the very fabric of their lives, revered and feared in equal measure. The Celts spoke of their presence in whispers, for to utter their name aloud was to invite their attention, an honor and a curse no mortal could bear lightly. Unlike the radiant, almost angelic elves of other traditions, the Alsi were creatures of the land, tied to its moods and mysteries. They were said to dwell in the side, hollow hills, ancient mounds, and other liminal spaces where the veil between the human world and theirs was at its thinnest. These places were sacred, portals to the otherworld, a realm of endless beauty and peril. But the Alsi were no benevolent caretakers. Their relationship with mortals was complex, shifting like the winds that swept across the Celtic landscapes. The Alsi were often seen as protectors of nature, their actions ensuring the balance between human activity and the natural world. Farmers who worked with respect for the land found their fields fertile and their livestock thriving. Offerings of milk, bread, or honey were left at crossroads and near sacred trees to appease them, simple acts of gratitude for the invisible hands that ensured prosperity. Yet, these beings were as quick to punish as they were to reward. A tree cut without permission, a sacred spring polluted, such acts could bring ruin. Livestock would fall ill, crops would wither, and the offending human might vanish, their absence marked only by the mournful sound of wind through the trees. The Celts did not view the Alsi as inherently good or evil. Instead, they were a reflection of the natural world itself, breathtaking in their beauty, terrifying in their wrath, and ultimately indifferent to the desires of mortals. Their morality was alien, governed by laws that humans could not hope to understand. It was said that the Alsi could offer blessings beyond imagining, but only to those who approached them with humility and caution. To take from them greedily or thoughtlessly was to invite a curse far worse than death. Stories of mortals entangled with the Alsi abound in Celtic lore, and few ended happily. There was the tale of the blacksmith who forged a blade so fine it caught the eye of the queen of the Alsi. She appeared to him one night, her beauty so otherworldly it left him breathless, and asked for the blade. Tempted by the promise of riches, he refused unless she paid a price worthy of his craft. The queen smiled and handed him a single coin, telling him to keep it close. The blacksmith awoke the next morning to find his forge in ruins, the coin burned into the palm of his hand. No matter how he tried, he could forge nothing more, his skill as cursed as his greed. Then there was the tale of the shepherd who stumbled into a fairy ring, a circle of mushrooms shimmering under the moonlight. Entranced by the haunting music that filled the air, he stepped into the circle and began to dance. When the sun rose, he was found lying in the grass, his hair white as snow and his eyes filled with an unspeakable sorrow. Though his body was unharmed, his spirit seemed broken, as if a piece of him had been left behind in that otherworldly place. The Alsi were also deeply connected to the cycles of life and death, a link that the Celts regarded with both reverence and dread. They were said to guide souls to the otherworld. Their presence felt most strongly during Samhain, the festival marking the end of the harvest and the thinning of the veil between worlds. Fires were lit, and food was left out, not just to honor ancestors, but to placate the Alsi, who roamed freely during this time. It was believed that failing to show proper respect could bring about a year of misfortune, or worse. Despite their dangers, the Alsi were not always enemies of humanity. There were tales of alliances, fleeting moments of trust that hinted at a deeper connection. A farmer might find his fields protected by unseen hands, or a musician might gain a gift of unmatched skill after playing for the fairies. But these gifts were rare and unpredictable, their source as fickle as the beings who bestowed them. Even today, echoes of the Alsi linger in the Celtic lands. Fairy forts, ancient stone circles, and lone hawthorn trees are treated with an almost instinctive respect, their connection to these elusive beings still palpable. Though the modern world may dismiss these tales as superstition, the land itself seems to remember. The winds that sweep across the moors, the shadows that dance in the forest, there is a sense that something watches, something ancient and unknowable. And perhaps that is the true essence of the Alsi, not as guardians or destroyers, but as reminders of humanity's place in the world. They are the whisper in the dark, the rustle in the trees, the feeling that something just out of sight is watching, waiting. To the Celts, the Alsi were not merely part of their lore, they were a part of their lives, a force that could not be ignored, only respected. And in the quiet moments, when the mist settles and the world feels still, it is said that you can almost hear them, the faint laughter of the Alsi, carried on the wind. The city were said to emerge when the world turned quiet, when the veil between what is seen and unseen grew thin. In the dying embers of twilight or the hush of midnight, their presence was felt like a shiver in the spine, a flicker of movement just out of reach. To speak of the city was to court danger, their very name uttered with averted eyes and hushed voices. They were not simply part of Celtic lore, they were its living, breathing pulse, both a promise of beauty and a harbinger of dread. The city, a name meaning people of the mounds, were thought to inhabit the side, hollow hills, and ancient barrows scattered across the land. But their realms extended far beyond these sacred mounds. Their world, often called the otherworld, was one of paradox and contradiction, a place of dazzling light and oppressive shadow, of breathtaking beauty and unspeakable terror. It was said that those who wandered into their domain rarely returned, and those who did were forever changed. The shadowed realms were not separate from the world of the living but intertwined with it, existing side by side in a delicate balance. They were glimpsed in the spaces where light faltered, the dense fog rolling over a valley, the impenetrable darkness of a forest at dusk, or the eerie stillness of a moonlit field. These were places where the veil was thin, where mortals might accidentally step from their world into the cities without even realizing it. The city themselves were creatures of haunting beauty, their forms radiant and otherworldly. Their appearances, though, masked a truth far more unsettling. They were neither wholly kind nor cruel, but beings of immense power and inscrutable motives. Their actions seemed governed by rules unknown to mortals, a morality that defied human comprehension. They could heal or harm, bless or curse, often in the same breath. Legends tell of the shadowed realms as places of eternal twilight, where time moved strangely, if at all. A mortal might spend what felt like a single night dancing in a city court, only to return and find decades had passed, their loved ones long gone. These lands were said to shimmer with an unnatural beauty, fields of silver grasses swaying beneath skies of ever-shifting hues, forests where the trees glowed faintly as if lit from within. But there was a darkness to their splendor, an ever-present sense of foreboding, as if the land itself watched and waited. The city were not mere inhabitants of these realms, but their masters, their essence woven into every shadow and glimmer. They ruled with an elegance that hid a ruthless streak. Guests in their courts were entertained with music so enchanting it could steal a mortal's sanity, feasts so sumptuous they could bind the eater to the city forever. It was said that to eat or drink in their domain was to surrender a piece of oneself, a bond that could never be broken. Some stories speak of mortals who sought refuge in the shadowed realms, driven by desperation or blind curiosity. A widow mourning her lost child might follow a wisp of light into the mists, hoping for a glimpse of her son. A warrior, broken and bloodied, might stumble into a city grove seeking solace. What they found often depended on the whim of their hosts. Some were healed, granted gifts of unparalleled beauty or wisdom. Others were ensnared, their lives drained away in the endless games of the city courts, their very memories consumed until they became little more than shadows themselves. The city's relationship with mortals was fraught with tension. They demanded respect and offerings, milk poured at thresholds, bread left at crossroads, as a way to placate their unpredictable tempers. A farmer who angered them by plowing too close to a city mound might find his crops withered overnight or his livestock sickened without cause. Yet, they could also bestow blessings, their favor ensuring a bountiful harvest or protection from harm. These gifts, however, came with strings attached, a debt that could take generations to repay. What made the shadowed realms truly terrifying was their inescapable pull. Mortals who glimpsed them spoke of a beauty so profound it eclipsed the sunlit world they knew. It was said that once a person stepped into the city's domain, they could never fully leave. Even if their body returned, a part of their soul would remain behind, bound forever to that luminous darkness. And so, the shadowed realms lingered in the minds of the living, a place of dreams and nightmares. The city were not simply guardians of these lands, they were the lands, their spirits indistinguishable from the mists and shadows. They were both warning and temptation, a reminder of the thin line between awe and fear. To speak of them, to even think of them, was to risk drawing their gaze. The hills still stand, shrouded in mystery, their silence broken only by the whisper of the wind. And in that silence, the city wait, their unseen eyes watching, their shadowed hands poised. For they know that curiosity is a human failing, and sooner or later, someone will cross the veil once more. The flickering candlelight danced across the cold stone walls, creating shadows that seemed to move with their own intent. It was in moments like these, in the shifting interplay of light and dark, that the city's most potent weapon revealed itself, glamour. Not the hollow sparkle of modern interpretations, but a force of devastating power, one that could unravel minds, enslave hearts, and reshape reality itself. Glamour was not just illusion, it was manipulation perfected, a tool that turned perception into a weapon, beauty into a snare. They said the city never showed their true form. Every mortal who claimed to have seen them described something different: radiant beings with eyes like twin stars, ethereal figures draped in garments spun from moonlight, faces so perfect they could bring tears to the most hardened soul. But beneath the enchanting surface was something else, something darker. Glamour wasn't just a trick of the eye, it was a distortion of reality, bending the very fabric of truth to fit the city's whims. The tales of those who fell under its spell were as chilling as they were tragic. There was the story of Ewan, a shepherd who wandered into a city ring on a stormy night. When he emerged the next morning, he spoke of a woman so beautiful that the world around her had seemed to fade into insignificance. Her voice had been music, her smile a promise he couldn't resist. He abandoned his flock, his home, even his family, to follow her into the hills. Months later, they found him, emaciated and delirious, muttering about golden eyes and laughter that turned to screams. The woman he had followed was nothing but a hollow tree. Glamour was not only used to ensnare but to control. The city could take an ordinary object, a stone, a branch, a bone, and cloak it in beauty, transforming it into something irresistible. A king once accepted what he thought was a crown of jewels from a city emissary, only to discover, too late, that it was a rusted iron band. The crown's true nature became clear only when it tightened around his head, the pain driving him to madness. His kingdom fell soon after, the city's influence spreading like a shadow over the land. But glamour was not merely confined to appearances. It reached into the mind, twisting thoughts and feelings until its victim could no longer distinguish between what was real and what was not. A village elder once recounted how the city had come to his people in the guise of saviors, offering protection in exchange for loyalty. Their glamour made them appear divine, their voices filled with honeyed promises. Under their spell, the villagers handed over their harvests, their livestock, even their children. When the glamour faded, the truth emerged: the fields were barren, the homes in ruin, and the children were gone, their laughter replaced by the howling of the wind. What made glamour truly terrifying was its subtlety. It didn't overwhelm, it whispered, nudging its victims toward destruction with an invisible hand. A man under the spell of glamour might see a familiar path and believe it to be a new road, only to find himself lost in a labyrinth of shadows. A woman might hear her child's cry, only to discover, too late, that she had been lured to the edge of a cliff. The city didn't need force, their mastery of glamour ensured that their victims willingly walked into their traps. The most unsettling aspect of glamour was how it preyed on human weakness. It amplified desires, fears, and insecurities, creating illusions so perfectly tailored to the individual that escape became impossible. A lonely traveler might find companionship in the form of a kind stranger, their laughter warming his heart, until he realized the stranger had no shadow. A grieving widow might see her lost husband, his arms outstretched in welcome, his voice calling her to join him in the waters of a blackened lake. Glamour didn't lie, it offered what people wanted most, cloaking its traps in dreams too sweet to resist. Yet, there were whispers of those who had resisted its pull. These were not heroes armed with swords or shields, but those whose hearts were steadfast, their minds grounded in unwavering truth. A tale tells of a young bard who was approached by a city queen, her beauty so overwhelming it brought men to their knees. She promised him immortality if he would sing for her court forever. But the bard, wary of her intentions, plucked a string from his harp and let its note hang in the air. The pure sound shattered the illusion, revealing the queen's true form, an ancient, gnarled creature with hollow eyes. The bard fled, his song echoing in the hills as a warning to others. Glamour was the city's most powerful weapon, not because it was forceful, but because it was irresistible. It seeped into the cracks of the human soul, exploiting vulnerabilities until resistance crumbled. It made its victims complicit in their own downfall, blinding them to the truth until it was too late. Even now, in the quiet corners of the world, where shadows stretch long and the air feels heavy, the presence of glamour lingers. It is a reminder that not all beauty is to be trusted, and not all that glitters is gold. For the city, glamour was more than an art, it was a game, a dance between light and shadow, where every step led their victims deeper into their web. And once you were caught, escape was almost impossible, for glamour did not just alter what you saw, it altered who you were. And in the end, that was its greatest cruelty. The whispers of elves, though often associated with Western traditions, carried their enigmatic presence across the Eastern world as well, reshaped by the unique cultural and spiritual landscapes of the region. In the East, these beings were not always called elves, but their essence, the mystical, otherworldly figures inhabiting the liminal spaces of nature and spirit, was unmistakable. Their stories intertwined with human lives, painting a tapestry of wonder, reverence, and trepidation. In ancient Chinese lore, tales abound of beings known as xian, immortals who bore striking resemblances to the elves of Western mythology. These ethereal entities were said to reside in the mist-shrouded peaks of sacred mountains or hidden paradises like the fabled Penglai Island. Though xian were revered for their wisdom and supernatural abilities, their interactions with humans were often marked by inscrutable intentions. A traveler might encounter a xian disguised as a beggar or a hermit and, upon helping them, be rewarded with cryptic guidance or fleeting glimpses of unearthly beauty. Yet, those who sought to exploit their gifts often found themselves lost in endless forests or cursed with endless misfortune. The xian were not purely benevolent. Legends told of their tendency to manipulate human ambition, offering illusions of grandeur to test the worth of mortal souls. A farmer, lured by the promise of eternal wealth, might find himself entranced by visions of golden rice fields only to awaken years later, aged and destitute, his true harvest long forgotten. Such tales served as cautionary reminders of the ephemeral nature of material desires and the peril of engaging with forces beyond comprehension. In Japanese folklore, the yokai and kami held characteristics akin to elven archetypes, especially the tengu and kitsune. Tengu, winged beings often depicted with both human and bird-like features, were said to dwell in mountain forests. Their temperament mirrored the duality of elves, capable of great wisdom but also prone to mischief or wrath. They were known to deceive arrogant samurai, leading them into labyrinthine paths or teaching them harsh lessons in humility. But those who approached the Tengu with respect and reverence could gain knowledge or unparalleled skill in combat, as if unlocking ancient secrets hidden within the woods themselves. The kitsune, or fox spirits, added another layer to the elven archetype, with their penchant for shapeshifting and weaving illusions. Stories told of kitsune who appeared as stunningly beautiful men or women, captivating the hearts of mortals with their charm. These beings walked the fine line between benefactor and deceiver. While some kitsune protected families they grew fond of, others entrapped humans in webs of enchantment, draining their vitality or leading them into ruin. This delicate interplay of allure and danger, so intrinsic to elven narratives, resonated deeply in the kitsune myths. In Hindu and Buddhist traditions, celestial beings known as apsaras and gandharvas embodied an elven-like grace and mystique. Apsaras, heavenly dancers, were depicted as ethereal beauties with the power to captivate gods and mortals alike. Their dances were said to bend reality, creating illusions so vivid that the boundaries between the physical and spiritual worlds dissolved. Gandharvas, their male counterparts, were celestial musicians whose melodies could enchant the mind, leading listeners into trances of bliss or madness. While often seen as symbols of divine art and love, they were not immune to the more shadowed aspects of their nature, their otherworldly allures sometimes masking their role as tempters and disruptors. The tales of elves in Eastern cultures were not confined to celestial realms, but also extended to the earth, where they mingled with the spirits of nature. In Korean folklore, the sansin, or mountain spirits, guarded the forests and peaks, their presence palpable in the rustle of leaves or the sudden stillness of a glade. These beings, often appearing as wise old men or youthful, radiant figures, demanded respect from those who entered their domain. Hunters who failed to offer tribute before their expeditions might find their arrows inexplicably missing their marks or encounter beasts that seemed to vanish into the mist. Yet, it wasn't only retribution the sansin offered. Those who honored them with offerings of rice, incense, or prayers could gain their favor, finding safe passage through treacherous terrain or unexpected abundance in their ventures. The sansin's dual nature, both protective and punitive, reflected the complexity of the elven archetype as guardians of nature's balance. In Southeast Asia, the Fai spirits of Thailand and Laos carried echoes of elven traits. Among them, the Fai, or fire spirits, were known to appear as flickering flames in the night, leading travelers astray or protecting sacred groves. The Fai non Taa, enchanting female spirits, were both revered and feared, their haunting beauty capable of luring men into the wilderness, never to return. Like their elven counterparts, these spirits embodied the precarious relationship between humans and the supernatural, where awe and fear walked hand in hand. What united these diverse manifestations of elves across Eastern cultures was their role as liminal beings, figures standing at the threshold of the natural and the supernatural, the human and the divine. They were arbiters of justice, keepers of secrets, and reflections of humanity's deepest desires and fears. Their presence, whether as guardians or tempters, served to remind mortals of their place in the grand tapestry of existence, where the unseen forces of the world operated with their own enigmatic rules. Even now, the echoes of these beings persist in whispered warnings and offerings left at shrine gates or beneath ancient trees. They are woven into the rhythm of the land, their influence as subtle and enduring as the rustle of wind through bamboo or the shimmering mist over a mountain peak. To acknowledge them is to step into a story older than time, a story where the line between myth and reality blurs, and where the unseen watches, waiting for the right moment to reveal itself. The medieval era brought profound changes to the stories of elves, reshaping their identities and roles in ways that echoed the shifting dynamics of power, belief, and culture. It was a time of cathedrals reaching toward the heavens, knights swearing oaths of fealty, and a world teetering between the remnants of pagan traditions and the rising influence of Christianity. In this volatile crucible of transformation, elves, once revered as mystical guardians of nature and otherworldly beings, were cast in new and often darker roles. As the Christian Church gained dominance, its teachings left little room for ambiguity about the supernatural. Beings that had once been seen as neutral or even benevolent became suspect, their powers recast as malevolent or heretical. Elves, with their association with pagan beliefs, fell victim to this shift. Their ethereal beauty and otherworldly charm, which once symbolized the delicate harmony between humans and nature, were now viewed with suspicion. They became entangled with notions of witchcraft, temptation, and sin, their enchantments no longer wondrous but dangerous. Stories from this period reveal a stark contrast to the earlier tales. Elves were no longer simply enigmatic dwellers of forests or guardians of hidden treasures. They became seducers, tricksters, and agents of chaos. One legend tells of a knight who encountered an elven maiden in a moonlit glade. Her beauty was so overwhelming that he abandoned his quest, his honor, and even his faith to be with her. But as dawn broke, he awoke alone, his strength drained, his spirit hollow. The maiden, it was said, had stolen his soul to feed her own immortality. The shift was not just in perception, but also in how elves interacted with humans. Their glamour, once a tool for forging connections between worlds, became a weapon of deceit. Elves in medieval stories often lured travelers into endless dances in their courts, where time moved at a different pace. A single night under their spell could mean decades or even centuries in the mortal world. Many who returned found themselves aged beyond recognition, their loved ones long gone. Others vanished entirely, leaving behind only whispers of their fate. Medieval texts like the Anglo-Saxon Wefärstes describe elves as beings capable of inflicting harm through mysterious means. Elfshot became a term used to explain sudden illnesses or unexplained ailments, as though these beings wielded invisible arrows that struck without warning. The idea that elves could curse or blight a person or place was deeply ingrained, further fueling the fear and mistrust surrounding them. In a world struggling to explain the unexplainable, elves became convenient scapegoats for misfortune. Yet, even amid these darker portrayals, echoes of their earlier roles persisted. In some corners of Europe, elves were still viewed as custodians of nature, their wrath provoked only when humans overstepped their bounds. Farmers who failed to respect sacred groves or hunters who killed animals deemed under elven protection often found their crops withering or their luck turning sour. This duality, both protector and punisher, added layers to their mystique, making them figures of both fear and reluctant reverence. The courtly love tradition of the medieval period also found a place for elves, albeit in a more tragic and cautionary light. Elven maidens became symbols of unattainable beauty and forbidden desire, embodying the tension between earthly love and divine duty. Their allure was irresistible, yet their love came at a cost. A knight might win the favor of an elven queen, but it often meant forsaking his mortal life, his soul forever bound to the otherworld. These stories, while romantic, carried an undercurrent of loss and sacrifice, painting elves as both objects of desire and harbingers of doom. By the later medieval period, the concept of elves had fragmented, taking on regional variations that reflected local beliefs and fears. In Scandinavian sagas, they retained some of their earlier grandeur as light elves, beings of ethereal beauty who inhabited realms just beyond human reach. But alongside them came the darker image of Svartalfar, or dark elves, whose subterranean dwellings and malevolent tendencies mirrored the growing association of elves with the underworld and its dangers. This dichotomy between light and dark, benevolence and malice, became a defining feature of elven lore during the medieval transformation. It reflected a world grappling with uncertainty, where boundaries between good and evil blurred, and the supernatural could no longer be comfortably compartmentalized. Elves, once bridges between worlds, now symbolized the peril of crossing those boundaries. The medieval transformation of elves was not just a change in how they were perceived, but also a reflection of the era's struggles between old and new, faith and fear, the natural and the supernatural. Their stories became mirrors of human anxieties, cautionary tales about the consequences of hubris, temptation, and overreach. Yet, even as they became darker, elves remained enduring symbols of mystery and wonder, their presence a reminder of the unseen forces that shaped the world. And in this transformation, they found a new role, not as guardians, but as shadows, lingering on the edges of human understanding, where fear and fascination intertwined. The rise of organized religion, particularly Christianity, cast a long shadow over the perception of elves, reshaping their roles and stripping them of the neutrality they once held in the eyes of humankind. Elves, who had previously existed as enigmatic forces of nature, guardians, and tricksters, became embroiled in a spiritual war of good versus evil. As the Church sought to define morality and spiritual order, anything that could not be clearly aligned with divine will was relegated to the realm of the demonic. For centuries, elves had thrived in the liminal spaces, between light and shadow, the mortal and the divine. They were beings of wonder and terror, respected and sometimes feared, but rarely condemned outright. With the spread of Christian doctrine, this ambiguity became unacceptable. To a faith that promoted a singular omnipotent deity, the existence of such beings posed theological questions that were best answered by painting them in darker hues. Elves became suspect, their powers seen as unholy, their beauty as temptation, and their magic as a counterfeit of divine miracles. Medieval sermons and writings often associated elves with the fallen angels of Christian lore. This connection tied them to Lucifer's rebellion, a seductive but damning descent from grace. Like the fallen angels, elves were believed to be neither fully damned nor entirely free, trapped in a liminal state. They were portrayed as beings who rejected heaven yet had not descended entirely into hell. This positioning fed into fears of their influence on mortals, as they were seen as intermediaries of chaos, offering forbidden knowledge or tempting humans away from righteousness. The seductive glamour of elves was particularly condemned. Tales began to circulate of elven maidens who lured men away from their Christian duties with their otherworldly beauty. A farmer might be drawn into a forest by the haunting sound of laughter or the faintest glimpse of golden hair. Hours or days later, he would return, disoriented and ashamed, claiming to have been bewitched. In the eyes of the church, such tales were not mere folklore, they were moral lessons warning of the dangers of earthly desire and the frailty of human faith when confronted with supernatural forces. The association between elves and witchcraft further cemented their fall from grace. As fears of heresy and sorcery swept across Europe, elves were often implicated as accomplices or even instigators. Witches were said to commune with them, drawing upon their forbidden magic to curse crops, spread disease, or manipulate the minds of their neighbors. Inquisitors searching for signs of the devil's work began to see elves as a tangible extension of Satan's influence, blurring the line between ancient folklore and ecclesiastical paranoia. This demonization extended to the physical world as well. Natural landmarks once revered as elven habitats, sacred groves, ancient wells, and stone circles were now seen as places of blasphemy. The church ordered the destruction of such sites, their pagan associations deemed incompatible with Christian teachings. Monasteries were sometimes erected over these locations, as if to purify the land from its elven ties. Yet, despite these efforts, local legends often persisted, with villagers continuing to leave offerings or whisper prayers to appease the unseen forces they still believed in. Interestingly, not all depictions were uniformly negative. In certain regions, particularly in Scandinavia and parts of the British Isles, elves retained a more ambivalent role. Local traditions often merged Christian elements with older beliefs, resulting in narratives where elves were seen as tragic figures. Some tales suggested that elves were once human souls, cursed to roam the earth as punishment for sins. Others claimed they were ancient beings displaced by the coming of Christ, their dwindling numbers a sign of their inevitable decline in the face of divine truth. One poignant legend tells of an elven mother who approached a Christian midwife for help delivering her child. The midwife, recognizing the mother's otherworldly nature, agreed to assist but demanded the infant be baptized. The elven woman, torn between her nature and the desire to protect her child, vanished before the ritual could take place. Such stories, while steeped in Christian morality, also carried an undercurrent of sympathy, portraying elves as beings caught between worlds, longing for salvation yet unable to attain it. Despite the church's efforts to suppress their influence, elves continued to hold sway over the imagination of the people. Their presence lingered in lullabies, seasonal celebrations, and whispered warnings passed down through generations. They became a reflection of the human struggle with temptation, a reminder of the thin veil separating faith from doubt, and the ever-present allure of the unknown. By the end of the medieval period, the perception of elves had become a complex tapestry, woven with threads of fear, reverence, and lingering fascination. They had been transformed from beings of nature into moral adversaries, their stories shaped as much by ecclesiastical power as by the collective memory of the people. Yet, for all the church's efforts to define them as agents of darkness, elves remained elusive, neither wholly condemned nor entirely forgotten, waiting in the shadows for their moment to step back into the light. The witch trials that swept across Europe from the late 15th to the 18th century were a dark chapter in human history, marked by paranoia, scapegoating, and a relentless hunt for those deemed to consort with unnatural forces. Among the accusations hurled at the accused, the so-called elf problem emerged as a peculiar yet deeply entrenched element. Elves, long associated with magic, mischief, and the otherworldly, became intertwined with the fears of witchcraft, complicating the already volatile dynamics of the trials. In the hysteria of the time, anything that defied explanation was attributed to supernatural interference, and elves, with their deep roots in folklore, provided a convenient source of blame. Their historical associations with glamour, enchantment, and mysterious illnesses were now weaponized against those accused of witchcraft. It was said that witches consorted with elves, using their secretive knowledge and powers to wreak havoc on unsuspecting communities. This belief turned elves from beings of myth into accomplices of the devil, fueling the fires of the witch hunts, both metaphorically and literally. One chilling aspect of this association was the phenomenon of elfshot. Villagers who suffered from sudden, unexplainable pain or sickness would claim to have been struck by invisible arrows wielded by elves, often in league with witches. Physicians and clergy alike used the term to diagnose maladies ranging from arthritis to strokes, reinforcing the idea that these afflictions were not natural but supernatural in origin. The accused were often interrogated about their supposed alliances with elven beings, their confessions, frequently extracted under duress, painting vivid, haunting images of secret gatherings in moonlit forests and pacts sealed with otherworldly entities. The trials also amplified fears surrounding elven glamour. It was believed that elves, through their bewitching charms, could lend their powers to witches to seduce, deceive, or control others. Women accused of being witches were often described as unnaturally beautiful or strangely alluring, their perceived attractiveness linked to the influence of elven magic. Even mundane actions, like a glance held too long or a smile that seemed too knowing, could be twisted into evidence of an otherworldly pact. The combination of societal misogyny and supernatural fear created a deadly cocktail where any deviation from the norm could be construed as damning evidence. One infamous trial in Scotland highlighted the elf problem in gruesome detail. A woman named Isabel Gaudai confessed under torture to having met with the Queen of Elfin, a powerful and radiant figure who bestowed her with magical abilities. Isabel described vivid scenes of elven courts and secret rites, her words laced with both awe and fear. Historians believe her account was influenced by local folklore and the psychological strain of interrogation, yet her testimony was used to justify her execution. Stories like Isabel's show how the fusion of folklore and witchcraft allegations blurred the line between myth and reality, fueling an atmosphere of fear and violence. The Church's stance on elves further complicated matters. By this period, Christian doctrine had firmly classified elves as demonic entities or, at best, remnants of a pagan world incompatible with Christian beliefs. Clergy often framed elves as part of Satan's army, seductive and deceitful creatures luring humans into sin. This theological interpretation added weight to the accusations during trials, as any association with elves was tantamount to consorting with the devil. The accused found themselves trapped in an impossible position: deny the existence of elves and be branded a heretic for rejecting widely held beliefs, or admit to elven encounters and confirm their guilt as witches. Interestingly, some records reveal a more nuanced view of the elf problem. In regions like Iceland and the Faroe Islands, where belief in elves, or huldufolk, was deeply rooted, the connection between elves and witchcraft was less pronounced. Here, elves were still seen as capricious but not inherently evil, and accusations involving them were rare. This contrast highlights how local traditions and cultural perceptions shaped the nature of witch trials and the role of elves within them. Despite the widespread fear, there was a strange, lingering fascination with the idea of elven involvement. Elves, as beings of beauty and mystery, carried an allure that even the grim specter of the witch trials could not fully extinguish. Some whispered that those accused of witchcraft were not wicked but chosen, drawn into the fold of elven magic for reasons beyond mortal understanding. These whispers, though dangerous, offered a counter-narrative to the hysteria, suggesting that perhaps the true threat was not the accused, but the system that sought to destroy them. The elf problem in witch trials was not merely about folklore or superstition, it was a reflection of a society grappling with change, fear, and the unknown. Elves became symbols of everything that defied easy categorization: beauty and terror, power and vulnerability, salvation and damnation. Their presence in the trials added a layer of complexity to the already tangled web of accusations, ensuring that their legacy in this dark era would be as enigmatic and haunting as the beings themselves. Even as the flames of the witch trials eventually died out, the stories persisted, etched into the collective memory of cultures across Europe. Elves remained, their role in the trials a grim reminder of how myth and fear can intertwine, creating a reality more terrifying than fiction. The Renaissance was a time of rediscovery, revival, and reinvention. Across Europe, the cultural explosion of art, science, and literature redefined humanity's understanding of the world and its place in it. Yet, amid this flourishing of ideas, something strange happened to elves, creatures long associated with the wild, mysterious forces of nature. They didn't vanish into obscurity as one might expect in an age dominated by humanistic thought. Instead, they underwent a transformation, a rebranding, crafted by the pens of poets, playwrights, and storytellers. In medieval tales, elves often lurked in shadowed forests or occupied ethereal realms, equal parts alluring and dangerous. Their stories carried a weight of dread and respect, warning of the perilous balance between humanity and the supernatural. But as Renaissance writers sought to rekindle the legacy of antiquity and refine their creative expression, they began reshaping elves into something new, beings of grace, wisdom, and sometimes even humor. William Shakespeare's A Midsummer Night's Dream is perhaps the most famous example of this shift. Oberon, Titania, and their mischievous servant Puck represented a significant departure from the darker depictions of elves in earlier folklore. They retained their otherworldly qualities, their immortality, their magic, their capriciousness, but they were no longer harbingers of doom or agents of corruption. Instead, Shakespeare's elves became figures of whimsy, manipulating the mortal world with a light-hearted touch rather than malevolence. This reimagining wasn't accidental. The Renaissance marked a period when the natural world was increasingly studied, categorized, and appreciated as a source of beauty rather than fear. This change in perspective extended to mythical beings like elves, who were now seen through the lens of artistic creativity rather than ecclesiastical condemnation. The dark woods they once inhabited were rendered less threatening, their shadows softened by moonlight and adorned with poetic imagery. Yet, this transformation wasn't without complexity. Even in works like Shakespeare's, there's a lingering ambiguity about the elves' true nature. Oberon's manipulation of Titania with a love potion speaks to the elves' ability to control and deceive, while Puck's antics, though humorous, result in confusion and chaos. These moments suggest that the Renaissance didn't entirely erase the duality of elves, it merely reframed it. They were now playful but still powerful, charming but still capable of disruption. Beyond Shakespeare, other writers of the period contributed to the rebranding of elves. Edmund Spenser's The Faerie Queene wove elven imagery into an allegorical tapestry, blending the old pagan roots with Christian symbolism. His elves were noble and virtuous, standing as paragons of chivalry and moral guidance. This portrayal aligned with Renaissance ideals of order and reason, casting elves as aspirational figures rather than cautionary ones. However, not all Renaissance depictions were benevolent. In certain texts, particularly those influenced by lingering medieval superstitions, elves still carried traces of their darker origins. They appeared as tricksters or seducers, their beauty masking a predatory intent. These conflicting portrayals reflected the broader cultural tension of the time, as society grappled with the remnants of its medieval past while striving toward the intellectual ideals of the future. One of the most fascinating aspects of this rebranding was the way it intertwined with the burgeoning interest in the occult. Renaissance scholars delved into ancient texts on alchemy, astrology, and magic, seeking to uncover the secrets of the universe. In this context, elves were sometimes linked to the elemental spirits described in works like Paracelsus's Liber de Nymphis, Sylvanes, Pygmies, et Salamandres. These writings categorized elves as beings of the air, associated with beauty and refinement, but also with a mysterious, untouchable essence. This elevated them from simple creatures of folklore to subjects of intellectual curiosity, bridging the gap between myth and science. The Renaissance also saw elves transition into more personal and introspective roles. They became metaphors for the human condition, embodying desires, fears, and aspirations. In pastoral poetry, for instance, elves represented an idealized connection to nature, untainted by the corruption of civilization. This shift reflected the Renaissance's emphasis on individualism and the exploration of inner life, allowing elves to take on a symbolic significance that transcended their mythological roots. By the late Renaissance, the rebranding of elves was firmly established. They had evolved from shadowy figures of dread into multifaceted characters, capable of embodying both light and dark, chaos and order. This transformation didn't erase their past, it layered new meanings onto their ancient identities, ensuring their survival in the cultural imagination. As the Renaissance gave way to the Enlightenment, the groundwork had been laid for elves to continue their evolution. No longer confined to the fringes of folklore, they had become literary darlings, their presence a testament to the enduring power of myth to adapt and thrive. Yet, for all their new elegance and sophistication, one could still sense the faint echo of their wilder, darker origins, a reminder that no matter how they were rebranded, elves would always retain an air of mystery, straddling the line between the human world and something far older and more untamed. The rise of industrialization marked the beginning of profound changes in the world, reshaping landscapes, societies, and the human imagination. Smokestacks reached into the sky, machines roared, and forests fell under the relentless march of progress. This transformation wasn't just a shift in technology or economics, it was a shift in humanity's relationship with the natural world. And for the wild elves, timeless beings tied to untouched forests and shimmering streams, it was nothing short of an existential reckoning. As factories sprang up and railroads cut through the land, the sacred spaces elves were said to inhabit began to vanish. These weren't just physical sanctuaries, they were the essence of elven existence. For centuries, they had been guardians of ancient groves, protectors of hidden springs, and keepers of an eternal balance between nature and mankind. But industrialization was a force too vast, too unstoppable. It didn't respect the whispers of leaves or the secrets held in mossy hollows. It devoured them. Stories began to change. The wild elves, once central figures in the myths of rural Europe, started to fade from cultural consciousness. No longer did villagers gather by the fire to share tales of mysterious lights dancing in the forest or the haunting melodies of unseen flutes. The factory bell had replaced the call of the cuckoo, and tales of innovation replaced the old warnings about elven trickery. The wild elves, once vibrant and untamed, became relics of a forgotten past. Yet, they didn't disappear without leaving traces. In the poetry and art of the Romantic movement, echoes of their presence can still be found. Romantic poets lamented the destruction of nature and the loss of the mystical connection between humanity and the earth. William Wordsworth's mournful reflections on the vanishing pastoral landscapes spoke to a broader, unspoken grief, a world that was leaving behind its wild spirits. Elves transformed into symbols of something lost, a simpler, purer time when humanity and nature coexisted, however tenuously. But beneath this elegy, a darker undercurrent lingered. The industrial age didn't just erase wild elves from stories, it twisted them into something bitter, even vengeful. New legends emerged of vengeful forest spirits, angered by the destruction of their homes, lashing out at loggers and miners. These weren't the playful or enigmatic elves of old, they were desperate, furious beings fighting a losing battle. They reflected a collective unease about the cost of industrial progress, a subconscious recognition that something sacred was being sacrificed. The transformation wasn't limited to rural areas. As cities grew, elves adapted, or were forced to adapt, in the human imagination. The Victorian era reimagined them as sanitized, diminutive creatures suitable for children's fairy tales. The wildness, danger, and mystery that once defined them were stripped away, replaced by delicate wings and playful mischief. This version of elves, now divorced from the primal forces of the natural world, fit neatly into an industrialized society that sought to tame even its myths. Still, whispers of the old wild elves persisted in the margins. In remote regions, where industrialization had not yet fully reached, stories continued to circulate of ancient beings watching from the shadows of the forest. These tales carried a sadness, a sense of inevitability. The wild elves weren't just retreating, they were dying, their power fading with every tree felled, every river dammed. It wasn't just the physical destruction of nature that spelled the end for the wild elves. Industrialization also brought a new way of thinking, one that valued measurable progress over intangible mysteries. Superstition was dismissed as ignorance, and myths were relegated to the realm of fantasy. The connection between humans and the natural world, once mediated by the stories of elves and other spirits, was severed. In a world ruled by machines and rationality, there was no place for the wild elves. But perhaps their most poignant death was in the human heart. The wild elves thrived on awe and reverence, on the belief that the natural world was alive with magic and meaning. Industrialization replaced that wonder with pragmatism and profit. The sacred groves became timber. The enchanted streams became resources. The wild elves became ghosts. Even so, the spirit of the wild elves lingers in the quiet corners of the world. In the untouched forests that remain, in the moonlit fields where shadows dance, one might feel their presence, not as beings, but as an absence, a reminder of what has been lost. And perhaps, in moments of stillness, when the hum of machines fades and the stars shine bright, humanity can still hear their mournful song, a lament for the world that was. The connection between elves and blood sacrifice is one that seems shrouded in a mixture of reverence and fear. In the ancient traditions, elves weren't simply magical beings detached from the human world. They were part of an intricate web of forces that governed life, death, and everything in between. They demanded respect, and that respect often came at a price that, for some, was paid in blood. In many cultures, the idea of blood as a powerful, sacred offering to the gods or supernatural beings is widespread. It is the essence of life itself, a currency through which one could plead for favor, ward off curses, or gain access to hidden realms. The connection between elves and blood sacrifice may seem distant in modern perceptions, where they are often depicted as whimsical or benevolent creatures, but ancient myths tell a different story. Elves, in their most primal form, were not so innocent. They were keepers of forces far older and darker than most could comprehend, and their demands were not always so benign. In Norse mythology, elves were associated with the land of the dead, a place where the veil between life and death was thin. The elves who inhabited this liminal space were not the sparkling, ethereal beings we might picture today. They were often seen as powerful entities whose favor could be won, but only through sacrifices that invoked their might. Blood, in particular, was considered the most potent offering, the very essence of life itself. Blood sacrifices were not only about appeasing the elves, they were about establishing a bond, a connection to the forces of nature and death that could not be broken. Without this offering, the elves' favor would turn to wrath, and the harmony of the world would fall into disarray. For the ancient Celts, too, blood played a vital role in the myths surrounding elves. The Ceti, a group of supernatural beings, were believed to dwell in hidden mounds, accessible only by those with the right knowledge or power. But to enter their realm, one had to prove their worth, often with a blood offering. The stories told of travelers, lost and weary, who would stumble upon the Ceti's domain. They would be granted entry, but only if they could present something valuable. This offering was sometimes a life, sometimes an animal's blood, but it always had to be something potent, something that demonstrated the traveler's commitment. The Ceti, like many elven beings, demanded offerings, and without them, they were cruel and capricious, turning travelers into stone or banishing them from their realm forever. Blood sacrifice was not solely a means of appeasing these ancient beings, it was also a form of binding, a way of ensuring that one's existence was entangled with the supernatural. In some myths, elves could only be summoned or called upon by a ritual involving blood. This sacrifice, however gruesome, marked a pact that tied the mortal to the immortal in ways that transcended the limits of the physical world. The blood of a virgin, in particular, was said to be the most powerful offering, for it symbolized purity and potential. Yet, it also symbolized a vulnerability, the willingness to surrender something pure to the forces of the unknown. There were instances where the blood of warriors was offered to the elves in exchange for their protection or guidance in battle. In Celtic and Norse societies, where honor and victory were of utmost importance, the sacrifice of blood was seen as an exchange of strength. A warrior would offer a drop of blood, usually from a wound sustained in battle, to the elves, hoping that it would tip the scales in their favor. This was not a small gesture. It was a declaration of commitment to the spiritual forces that governed their lives, a desperate plea for help in the face of overwhelming odds. Perhaps the most chilling aspect of the blood sacrifice associated with elves was the price that could be demanded from those who broke their pacts or failed to offer the necessary tribute. In many traditions, failing to honor the blood bond would result in punishment far worse than mere misfortune. The elves were not beings who would tolerate betrayal lightly. They could curse entire families, ensuring that every generation suffered from ill fortune. They could call upon death itself to claim those who had failed them. The blood that had been offered could easily become the blood that was taken, not in sacrifice but in vengeance. As industrialization and modernity swept across the world, these ancient beliefs about elves and blood sacrifice began to fade. Elves became creatures of light and charm, their connections to blood and death relegated to forgotten corners of myth. But still, the shadows linger. The rituals, the pacts, the demands for something sacred, these remnants of the old world never truly disappeared. In whispers, in forgotten texts, in dreams, the blood of old still speaks. In today's world, where magic is no longer seen as a tangible force, the idea of blood sacrifice tied to elves seems almost absurd. Yet, the dark undercurrent of those ancient beliefs is not so easily erased. What is blood but a symbol of life, and what are elves but the ancient guardians of forces too old to be fully understood? To offer blood, to surrender a part of yourself to these beings, was to give yourself over to a reality far beyond the one we can see, where life and death, sacrifice and reward, are intertwined in ways that still haunt the edges of human consciousness. In the mist-covered hills and forests, stories of elven abductions have lingered like the scent of damp earth. These tales are not mere folklore or flights of fancy, they carry with them the heavy weight of ancient truths that were passed down through generations. To encounter an elf was never a simple thing. It was a moment that could alter the very fabric of one's life, and for some, it did just that. Many who ventured too deep into the woods or wandered too far from the safety of their hearths found themselves lost, not in the sense of being physically misplaced, but in a far more sinister way. They were stolen, taken to realms beyond the understanding of mortal men. Their lives were never the same again. The nature of these abductions was as mysterious as it was terrifying. Unlike typical kidnappings, where victims are forcibly removed from their homes or lands, elven abductions were often subtle. They preyed on vulnerability, on desire, on the yearning for something beyond the mundane. An elf, radiant and enchanting, would appear before a traveler in a glen or by a stream, offering companionship or promises of knowledge. The allure was impossible to resist. Few could refuse the beckoning call of a being so otherworldly, so undeniably captivating. But once the victim stepped beyond the veil of their own world, they were never the same. There were stories of children, sweet innocent souls, who ventured too close to the edge of the forest. Their parents would call out for them to return, but the children would not answer. In the dead of night, when the moon hung low and pale in the sky, these children would vanish without a trace, only to be replaced by a changeling. The elf would take the child, replacing them with a creature of their own making, pale and sickly, sometimes barely human in form. These changelings were not just substitutes, they were a twisted reflection of the one who had been taken, a reminder of the thin line between the mortal realm and the otherworld. The child, if they were ever returned, would often be broken, their mind lost to the depths of the strange world they had seen. The tales of elven abductions weren't limited to children. Young women and men, too, were often swept away. The elves, with their beauty and strange allure, could captivate anyone. A lonely heart, a dreamer, someone yearning for something more, these were the people most vulnerable to their spell. The stories spoke of lovers stolen away in the night, never to be seen again. They were said to be kept in the elven courts, where time did not pass as it did in the human world. Years could go by in what felt like a few moments, and yet those who returned would often come back with their hearts and minds fractured. Some had forgotten who they were, while others spoke of a world too beautiful to describe, a world that seemed like a dream, impossibly distant, yet so real that it burned within them like a deep yearning. The fear surrounding these abductions wasn't just about losing a loved one, it was about losing one's soul. Once taken by the elves, there was always a chance that the mortal could never truly return. The elves didn't simply steal bodies or souls, they transformed them. Those who had been abducted and returned were often hollow, mere shadows of who they once were. It was as if their essence had been drawn into the elven realm, and what returned was no longer fully human. Some legends told of individuals who returned with strange abilities, their eyes glowing with an unnatural light, their hearts colder than before. Others became twisted, their minds fractured, unable to comprehend the life they had left behind. But it wasn't just the victims who suffered. Those who remained behind were often left to wonder what had become of their loved ones. The lines between the human world and the elven world were thin, but the pain of losing someone to the elves was endless. Some parents would spend years searching, never finding any trace of their child, while others would receive strange dreams, visions of their children calling out from some far-off place. These dreams were often more real than the waking world, drawing the parents into a cycle of grief that never ended. The reasons for these abductions remain as enigmatic as the elves themselves. Some believe that the elves took humans to satisfy their own insatiable curiosity, to learn more about the mortal experience. Others said that the elves were hoarding human souls, for they were unable to produce their own. And still, some whispered that the elves were taking mortals for far darker purposes, that these abductions were part of some forgotten pact made long ago, a pact in which blood and soul were offered in exchange for power. Perhaps the most chilling aspect of elven abductions is the sense of inevitability that clings to them. They were not random acts of cruelty, but rather part of a larger, unspoken order. To encounter an elf was to step into a world that was not entirely your own, where rules did not follow the same logic, where beauty and terror coexisted in a delicate balance. The abductions were as much a part of the natural world as the wind and the rain, inevitable forces that could not be understood, only feared. And so, the tales continue, passed down through generations. They are whispered in the darkest corners of the world, and places where the light of day cannot reach, and where the boundaries between worlds are thinnest. For those who walk too close to the edge, too far into the wild, the danger of the elves still lurks, waiting to claim those who wander too deep, too long, into the places they should never go. There's a peculiar tension that lingers in the air when an elf appears, an energy that draws in, pulls at the very essence of a person's desires. At first, it feels like nothing more than a flicker of something you can't quite name. A glance, an invitation, something tantalizing just beyond reach. But as the seconds pass, the pressure builds, and you realize that it is more than an invitation. It is a trap. It is a seduction that will not release you, no matter how hard you struggle. Elves, in their most captivating form, were never simply beautiful, they were intoxicating. Their allure was woven into the very core of their being, a promise of something greater, something untouchable. They weren't just physical entities, they were the embodiment of desires, of wishes and dreams, but also of destruction. The more they drew you in, the more you found yourself giving up pieces of your soul. The fascination they provoked wasn't something easily dismissed, it was like drowning in a sea of your own longing. Stories of seduction were as old as the first time an elf looked upon a mortal with those mesmerizing eyes. The simplest of encounters, a smile, a gentle brush of the fingers, was enough to begin the unraveling. It was the quiet intensity that pulled you in, the overwhelming urge to get closer, to understand, to taste that forbidden fruit. The elves were not gentle, innocent creatures. They knew what they were doing, each movement calculated to drive the mortal mind to madness. At first, the effects of their seduction seemed harmless. A stolen kiss beneath a full moon, an invitation to step across the threshold of their world. It felt like the pinnacle of everything one could ever want, ecstasy, beauty, a connection so deep it was almost painful. And for those who allowed themselves to be caught, it was a fleeting glimpse of paradise, but one that would ultimately turn to dust. The moment the elf's lips touched yours, the world shifted. Time stretched in strange ways, bending to the will of the elf. And yet, it was never enough. The more you sought, the more you found yourself drawn to them, as if your very existence had been tailored to fulfill that insatiable desire. But there was a darkness to this attraction, a fatal flaw. It was inescapable. No matter how far you ran, how desperately you tried to sever the connection, you could never outrun the elf. Like a shadow that clung to your skin, their presence would haunt you, feeding off your need. You could feel it in every pulse, every breath, a sharp ache in your chest, until the yearning overwhelmed you. You thought you were in control, that this was a game you could play, but in truth, the elf had already won. They were the predators, and you, forever chasing their cold fire, were the prey. The fatality of the attraction lay not just in the yearning, but in the cost. Everything that once anchored you, your life, your humanity, began to unravel. Your soul, once bright with hope and possibility, was slowly consumed by the overwhelming pull. Your body may have still walked the earth, but it no longer belonged to you. It was theirs. The elf would take and take until there was nothing left but an empty shell of who you once were. Your thoughts, your memories, your very essence would belong to them, a currency they had claimed without your consent. And when you were no longer of use to them, when you had given everything, they would discard you, leaving behind a husk that remembered nothing but that deadly, irresistible attraction. No one spoke of the end. In the stories, the seduced were forever lost, unable to remember their former lives, their former selves. They wandered through the world as if in a dream where the elf's face was never far from their mind. It didn't matter that their physical body had returned to the mortal realm, their soul had been taken, and they would never find peace again. Those who returned spoke of an eternity that existed outside of time itself, an endless court of beauty and pain, where everything was forever out of reach. And even if they came back, they were never truly home. It was easy to dismiss these tales as mere fantasy, as exaggerations of human longing and fear, but the truth ran deeper. The seduction of the elf wasn't just about physical attraction, it was about an eternal need, a hunger that no mortal could ever truly understand. Once touched by it, one could never go back. It was the allure of the unknown, the whisper of forbidden things, the desperate desire to reach for something that promised a perfection that the human world could never offer. Perhaps the most tragic part of these stories was not the destruction of the human, but the elf's own role in the dance of seduction. They were bound to the same cycle of desire and need. They were as hungry as the mortals they ensnared, forever chasing something they could never fully possess. They thrived on this fatal attraction, as it fed their power, their immortality, and their endless suffering. The more they took, the more they needed. And the more they needed, the deeper they were trapped in their own destructive web. It was a cruel, vicious cycle, and it never ended, not for them, not for those they loved, and certainly not for those they took. The seduction of the elf was not a simple act of desire, it was a journey into a darkness that could never be escaped. It was the ultimate test of longing, the cruelest game, where even winning was losing. In the end, the only thing that remained was the memory of what was stolen, the aching emptiness of a heart that could never again feel whole. There was a time, long before the veil between the mortal realm and the otherworld grew too thin to be remembered, when the elves waged war on humanity. It wasn't a war fought with armies or weapons, at least not in the way the world understood it. This war was quieter, more insidious, one waged in the shadows, in the hidden places where humans dared not venture. The elves did not seek to conquer in the traditional sense. No, their aim was more calculated, to strip away the very essence of what it meant to be human. In the earliest days, humans and elves existed side by side, though never truly equal. The elves, with their ageless beauty and otherworldly powers, looked down upon humanity as something fragile, transient. They saw the human spirit as something that could be molded, bent to their will, a resource to be harvested, if you will. And in the beginning, it was easy. The humans were fascinated by the elves, drawn to them by that irresistible allure, by the promises of eternal beauty, of a life unmarked by time. They traded their souls, their very identities, for a taste of elven power. But that was only the beginning. As time wore on, humans began to resist, to fight back in their own small, imperfect ways. The elves had grown accustomed to the ease with which they manipulated the human race. But the humans, in their defiance, began to show signs of something greater. They began to realize the cost of their bargains, the price they paid for those fleeting moments of joy, those intoxicating moments of connection. What the elves had taken from them could never be returned. The war had begun not in the fields, not on the battlegrounds, but in the hearts and minds of humans. and it was a war that the elves did not know how to fight. At first, the elves responded with confusion. They were accustomed to control, to having the upper hand, and this new rebellion was both unexpected and unsettling. They used their magic to seduce, to manipulate, to bend the minds of those who dared to resist. But even as they pulled the strings, the humans began to fight back harder, with greater determination. The humans' rebellion was not just physical, it was spiritual. They resisted with every fiber of their being, drawing on an untapped well of strength, something the elves could never understand. For all their beauty, all their power, the elves were not human. They did not know the depths of the human soul, the resilience that could rise from the ashes of betrayal and pain. And so, the war continued. It wasn't just humans who suffered at the hands of the elves, though. It wasn't only the mortal realm that felt the sting of their destructive forces. The earth itself began to wither, the trees dying faster than nature could replenish them, the rivers growing dark and poisoned. The elves, once guardians of nature, had become its destroyers. They didn't see the land as something to protect, it was just another thing to control, another piece in the game of dominance. The earth, once teeming with life and promise, was now a battleground. And as the elves grew bolder, humanity grew stronger. They began to fight not just for their own survival, but for the survival of the land itself. The war was no longer just about the elves and their manipulation, it was a war for the future, for the souls of the earth itself. There were those who gave their lives in that fight, those who understood the stakes, who knew that to lose would mean the destruction of everything they held dear. It wasn't an easy fight. The elves were cunning, their power beyond anything a mortal could comprehend. But what the elves underestimated was humanity's capacity for love, for hope, for unity. These qualities, simple, yet profound, became the weapons that humans wielded in the face of overwhelming darkness. The more the elves tried to break them, the more united the humans became. They fought with a ferocity the elves had never expected. They fought for their children, for their homes, for their future. And each victory, each tiny step toward reclaiming their world, fueled their resolve. As the war escalated, the elves began to change. The same beauty that once drew mortals to them like moths to a flame now became a curse. It was no longer enough to seduce or manipulate, humans were learning to fight back in ways that the elves could never anticipate. They turned to rituals, to ancient magics that had been forgotten, and slowly, they began to tip the scales. The elves, for the first time in eons, began to fear. But that fear did not make them merciful. No, the elves had never been known for their mercy, and as the war turned against them, they grew desperate. They turned to darker methods, to sacrifices, to blood magic, to anything that might tip the balance back in their favor. They had no compunction about using human lives as currency in their war. After all, what were mortals in the eyes of the immortals? The elves became more ruthless, more savage, in their pursuit of victory. But their desperation only made the humans more determined. The war, in the end, wasn't won through brute force or violence. It was won through defiance, through the refusal to accept what the elves sought to impose. The elves had underestimated the strength of the human spirit, the depth of their will to survive. And in the end, that was their undoing. The war was not about defeating an enemy, it was about reclaiming what had been stolen, about restoring balance, about ensuring that the land and the people could survive without being controlled, without being preyed upon. The elves may have been powerful, but they were not immortal in the same way the humans were. They could not withstand the human spirit, the unyielding force that had, in the end, saved the earth from the ravages of their war. But even in their defeat, the elves remained a dark presence, lurking at the edges of human society, waiting for the moment when the world would turn its back on the lessons learned, when the balance would once again tip toward them. They never truly left. Beneath the surface of elven society, where beauty and grace were revered above all, a ruthless hierarchy thrived. On the outside, it appeared as though the elves were a perfect race, harmonious and serene, living in their eternal kingdoms untouched by time. But beneath that delicate veneer, where envy, pride, and ambition simmered, lay a world governed by bloodlines, power, and an insatiable thirst for control. At the very top of this hierarchy were the High Elves, those who had the purest of bloodlines, the closest connection to the gods themselves. They were the rulers, the kings and queens who were said to have been chosen by fate. They wore their crowns not as mere symbols, but as instruments of their authority. The High Elves were considered the epitome of elvenkind, and every act they performed, every word they spoke, was meant to remind the lower ranks of their place. Their beauty, their intelligence, their power, they were not just born with it, they were imbued with it by the gods, or so they believed. Beneath them, though not far behind in terms of power and status, were the noble elves. These were the families that had earned their place in society, often through cunning alliances, military victories, or the acquisition of immense wealth. They carried themselves with an air of superiority, though not with the same divine right as the High Elves. Their pride was not simply based on birthright, but on their accomplishments and the influence they held over other elves. They had the luxury of luxury, lavish palaces, vast estates, servants at their beck and call. But their lives were not without treachery. Among the nobles, betrayal and scheming were commonplace. Alliances were formed in the shadows, only to be broken when one family saw a chance to rise above the others. The nobility thrived on power struggles, and loyalty was often seen as a weakness. In this world, those who hesitated to strike first were the ones most likely to be struck down. Far below them were the common elves, the majority of elven society. These elves, though powerful in their own right, had little say in the decisions of the realm. They were the artisans, the soldiers, the laborers, working tirelessly in the shadow of the elites. Their lives were spent in service to the high and noble elves, but they were not without their own pride. They knew that while their bloodlines may not have been as pure as the others, their skills were unmatched. A common elf could be a master craftsman, a brilliant tactician, or a mighty warrior. Still, they knew their place. There was always an unspoken reminder in the back of their minds: no matter how brilliant, no matter how powerful, they would never be seen as equals to the high and noble elves. They were pawns in the grand game, expendable, disposable. At the very bottom of the elven social structure were the outcasts, the forgotten ones. These elves had been cast out of their families for various reasons: disobedience, failure, or perhaps simply because they were born into a bloodline deemed impure. The outcasts were the lowest of the low, shunned by their own kind and forced to live in the margins of elven society. They were often forced to survive in the harshest of conditions, living in remote corners of the world, scavenging for whatever scraps they could find. Some had turned to darker magics, while others simply faded into obscurity, forgotten by those who had once called them kin. The cruelty of this hierarchy was not just about status, it was about control. The elves, for all their beauty, were a people obsessed with power. And that power, like a cruel game of chess, was dictated by position. The higher your rank, the more control you had over those below you. The more you could manipulate, twist, and break those who were beneath you, the more you proved your worth. Loyalty was always in question, never a guarantee. If you showed even a hint of weakness, you could quickly find yourself cast aside, or worse, punished for your failure. The elves were not a society built on trust, but on a delicate balance of fear and manipulation. For the high elves, maintaining control over their dominion meant keeping the lower classes in their place. But the noble and common elves often found themselves engaged in power struggles, as each group sought to climb the ladder, to gain more control, more land, more wealth. They would play their games, using everything from deception to assassination to climb higher, to push the others out of their way. There were no rules in this world, only results. And the results were clear: power was everything. Those who were born into a higher station could rest assured that they would have access to everything the world had to offer. They would never want for anything, never suffer as the common or outcast elves did. They would bask in luxury, with no fear of reprisal. But those who were born at the bottom, those who had the misfortune of a low-born name or bloodline, they would never know the comfort of the elite. They would forever be subject to the whims of those above them, caught in an endless cycle of servitude and poverty. It wasn't just the common elves who were at the mercy of their rulers. Even among the nobles, there were those who were crushed under the weight of the competition. Brothers turned against brothers, daughters against fathers, all in the name of power. Even love was not immune to the cruelty of elven society. Families were torn apart, bloodlines were stained, all for the sake of climbing the ladder, of reaching the top of a structure that could never be truly satisfied. And yet, despite the cruelty, the hierarchy persisted. The elves believed in it as an immutable truth. There was always someone above, and always someone below. It was a world built on control, on manipulation, and on the unrelenting desire for power. And in this world, the struggle for power never ended. In the dark, oppressive atmosphere of the European witch craze, when fear and superstition swept across the continent like a storm, the elves were never far from the whispers. They lurked in the background, their influence woven into the very fabric of the hysteria that gripped Europe. As the fires of the witch hunts burned hotter, the ancient, mystical beings, once revered and feared, were dragged into the shadows. Their connection to witches was not one of mere myth. It was a relationship steeped in blood, betrayal, and unimaginable power. The witch hunts of the 16th and 17th centuries were fueled by fear, fear of the unknown, fear of the otherworld, and, most notably, fear of the power that witches were believed to possess. But there was more to the witch craze than just paranoia about magical abilities. It was a manifestation of something far older, an ancient battle between forces that existed in the fringes of human consciousness. Elves, creatures of both light and dark, were seen as practitioners of a forbidden magic, a magic that was often indistinguishable from witchcraft. In the eyes of the Christian authorities and those caught up in the madness of the witch hunts, the witches were in league with dark powers. And among those dark powers, the elves were named. Tales of witches who consorted with spirits, or who were said to have received magical gifts from the Fae, spread like wildfire. It wasn't just the witches themselves who were accused. Those with any connection to the supernatural were targets. And the elves, those ageless beings who straddled the line between gods and mortals, became intertwined with the image of the witch. The stories were legion: witches who had made pacts with elves in exchange for forbidden knowledge, or who were said to have been gifted with the ability to summon the Fae in exchange for their souls. It was whispered that these witches had power over life and death, that they could command the forces of nature, all with the help of the elusive elves. This connection between witches and elves, while largely unspoken, was understood by many as a form of unholy alliance, a pact that granted power but at the cost of eternal damnation. The elves, in their capacity as masters of glamour and deceit, were said to be capable of manipulating reality itself. They could turn the mundane into the magical, the normal into the extraordinary, blurring the lines between the material world and the otherworld. This was the magic that the witches were thought to wield, magic that could be used to harm or heal, to destroy or to create. It was a dangerous power, one that society had no framework to understand, and thus, it was feared. Those who dabbled in such magic, who consorted with such entities, were branded as witches and hunted without mercy. But there was also a darker truth beneath the surface of these accusations. The elves, in their desire to maintain control over the human world, had always played both sides. They had manipulated mortals for centuries, offering them knowledge and power in exchange for their loyalty, their blood, or their very souls. They whispered secrets to those who would listen, offering promises of wealth and beauty, of eternal life, promises that often came with a terrible cost. And when the witch craze ignited, the elves were not mere bystanders. They were the invisible hand behind the curtain, subtly guiding the witch hunts to serve their own purposes. Elves were known to be mercurial, unpredictable beings. They would offer their magic to those who caught their attention, but they would also take it back without warning, leaving their mortal beneficiaries cursed or worse. Those who sought to make pacts with the elves often found themselves caught in a web of deception, where every promise made was a lie, and every favor returned with cruel consequences. The witch hunts, in a twisted way, were a reflection of this very dynamic. The people, in their desperation for power, had sold their souls to a force they could not control. But the elves were not just the architects of deception, they were also the architects of fear. As the witch craze spread, those who dared to question the established order were often accused of witchcraft, and in some cases, the elves themselves were blamed for the sudden surge in supernatural occurrences. They were painted as the true culprits, the ones who had seduced the witches into their dark ways, who had driven them to madness with promises of power and immortality. The line between witch and elf blurred, and in this confusion, both were condemned to the flames. There was an irony in this persecution. The very beings who had once been venerated and feared were now the scapegoats for human folly. The elves, in their ancient wisdom, had understood something that humanity had long since forgotten, that power, in any form, was a dangerous thing. Yet they had also reveled in that danger, playing the game with both mortals and immortals alike. As the witch craze consumed Europe, the elves' role as manipulators of the human soul was brought into the light, but it was the humans who would pay the price. The witch hunts, in the end, were not just about religion or superstition. They were about control, about the need to maintain order in a world that was quickly spinning out of control. The elves, with their magic and their influence, were the perfect targets for this chaos. They represented the unknown, the uncontrollable, and that made them dangerous in the eyes of a fearful populace. In their attempts to rid the world of witches, they had inadvertently brought about their own destruction. But the elves, like all things of power, never truly disappear. They retreat into the shadows, waiting for the next opportunity to influence, to manipulate, to regain what they had lost. They are not gone, they are merely waiting, biding their time, for the world to forget the lessons learned from the witch craze. And when it does, they will return, ready to resume their subtle games. Elves, those ethereal beings who had long been a subject of myth and fear, found their way into the most unexpected of realms, art and alchemy. Throughout history, they were not just figures of folklore, they became symbols of deeper meanings, representing both beauty and danger, creation and destruction. Artists and alchemists alike were drawn to their mysterious allure, and in their works, elves were transformed into more than just creatures of fantasy. They became the living embodiment of the world's hidden forces, the unspoken powers that governed existence itself. In art, the image of the elf took many forms. At times, they were depicted as stunningly beautiful beings, their features delicate yet otherworldly. Their eyes glimmered with ancient knowledge, their forms lithe and graceful. But there was always something unsettling about them, an eerie quality that hinted at a deeper truth. These were not mere beings of light, they were creatures born from the shadowed corners of the earth, connected to realms beyond mortal comprehension. Artists who captured elves in their works often infused them with an air of mystery, blending them into landscapes that were as much about the unknown as they were about the visible world. The elves in these artworks were often placed in dark, enchanted forests, their homes hidden among twisted trees and misty rivers, where reality itself seemed to bend and warp. There, in these scenes of unsettling beauty, the elves stood as silent witnesses to the forgotten parts of nature, the parts that humans dared not explore. The magical realm of elves was portrayed not as a place of light, but as a space where the laws of nature were altered, a place that existed on the edge of reality, just out of reach, but forever present. These artistic representations were not just about creating beautiful pictures, they were about conveying the profound, intangible connection between elves and the forces of nature. The elves were not simply mystical beings, they were beings of immense power, capable of controlling the elements, of shifting the very fabric of the world itself. In these works, the elves were both creators and destroyers, forces of nature that humans could neither understand nor control. They were the embodiment of the forces that shaped the world, forces that could be harnessed or lost forever, depending on the whims of the elves. This idea of elven power was taken even further in the world of alchemy, where elves were seen as symbols of transformation and hidden knowledge. Alchemists, those mysterious seekers of knowledge who spent their lives trying to unlock the secrets of the universe, saw elves as the ultimate representation of the unknown, the embodiment of the magical and mysterious forces that existed beyond the realm of human understanding. To the alchemist, elves were not just mythical creatures, they were a manifestation of the very essence of life itself, pure, ancient, and full of untapped potential. In alchemical texts, elves were often described as possessing the keys to ultimate transformation. They were said to be able to transmute base materials into gold, just as they were believed to possess the power to elevate the soul from the mundane to the divine. The ancient knowledge that elves were thought to hold was not simply about earthly magic, it was about the transcendence of the human condition. Just as the alchemist sought to turn lead into gold, the elf was seen as a being capable of turning the ordinary into the extraordinary, of revealing the hidden truths that lay beneath the surface of the world. This connection between elves and alchemy was not without its darker side. Just as elves were associated with beauty and light, they were also connected to darker forces. In alchemical traditions, elves were sometimes portrayed as agents of destruction, beings who could undo the very transformations they had helped to create. They were the embodiment of chaos, of the unpredictable nature of magic and life itself. They could grant great power, but they could also take it away just as quickly, leaving those who sought their favor with nothing but the ruins of their ambitions. The duality of the elf as both creator and destroyer was a theme that resonated deeply with the alchemists of the time. They understood that magic and transformation were not things that could be easily controlled. The pursuit of knowledge, of gold, of immortality, was a dangerous game, and the elves, with their deep connection to the forces of nature, represented the uncontrollable aspect of that pursuit. They were the reminder that, for all their wisdom and beauty, there was always a cost to the power they offered. To seek the favor of the elves was to play with forces beyond comprehension, forces that could either elevate a person to unimaginable heights or bring them crashing down into despair. Artists, too, were drawn to this dual nature of the elf. In their depictions, elves were not simply beautiful creatures who flitted about in the forest. They were mysterious, often dangerous, and filled with a sense of melancholy that made their beauty all the more poignant. In many paintings, elves were shown as elusive figures, half hidden in shadow, their eyes filled with a knowing sadness, as if they were aware of the dark power they wielded and the price it exacted. They were not just symbols of magical beauty, but reminders of the transitory nature of all things, of the fleeting nature of life itself. In this way, elves became more than just figures of myth, they became reflections of the human condition. They were the embodiment of our deepest desires and fears, of our yearning for power and the knowledge that such power could consume us. Through art and alchemy, the elves became both a symbol of hope and a warning, a reminder that the pursuit of knowledge, beauty, and power was always fraught with danger. And so, the elves, as depicted in art and alchemy, continued to live on, not just as mythical creatures, but as symbols of the very forces that shape the world. Their presence in the creative works of those who sought to understand the mysteries of life was a testament to their power and allure, a power that could both create and destroy, a beauty that could both uplift and consume. In the villages where fear and superstition ran as deep as the roots of the ancient trees that surrounded them, the whispers of elven curses had a chilling weight. It wasn't just idle talk, their anger was said to manifest in real, terrifying ways. When the crops withered beyond salvation, or when the people fell sick with an illness no healer could cure, the blame was never far from the elves. There were tales, old stories passed down by trembling voices, that spoke of elven wrath being the cause of plagues, famine, and suffering. And so, the villagers, with eyes wide and hearts racing, would gather in hushed circles, praying for protection, fearing that their very existence could be wiped away by forces they didn't understand, let alone control. The fear wasn't just born of the elves' power over nature, though that was a source of dread in itself. It came from something far deeper, a sense of the elves' unfathomable motives. They were ancient beings who could create life, but just as easily destroy it. Their anger, if stirred, could bring forth famine that ravaged entire communities, leaving them gasping for breath as the earth seemed to turn against them. It was said that when the elves were slighted, when their sacred places were defiled or their offerings neglected, their wrath would be swift and merciless. And so, the crops would fail, the animals would die, and people would waste away, their bodies ravaged by a fever so intense it seemed like a curse itself. There was a chilling kind of helplessness that came with these beliefs, a suffocating terror that washed over entire villages. The very air seemed to thicken with dread. Farmers who had tended their fields for years watched helplessly as their crops turned to dust before their eyes. The earth, once fertile and bountiful, grew silent and barren, as if it had forgotten how to give life. The people whispered to one another, half in fear, half in disbelief, wondering what they had done to incur such wrath. Was it a broken promise to the forest? Had they stepped too close to the sacred mounds where the elves were said to rest? Had they failed to make the proper offerings, forgetting a gift that should have been given in honor of the spirits? And then, the sickness would arrive, unseen, unnoticed at first, creeping through the streets like a shadow. One person would fall ill, and then another, and another. Fever would burn hot in their veins, their skin flushed and pale, their eyes wide with terror as they raved about strange dreams and voices in the dark. And when they died in silence, as if the light had been drained from their souls. No healer could explain it, no priest could ward it off. The sickness was a force beyond human understanding, and in the hearts of the people, it could only be the work of the elves. The villagers, desperate to understand, turned to the oldest stories. They spoke of a time long ago when elves were not just protectors of the forest, but were seen as gods who could bless or curse with equal ease. To anger them was to invite disaster, for the elves were known to have dominion over the elements, the weather, and the very health of the land. They controlled the flow of water, the winds that brought rain, and the fires that could either warm or burn. When a person angered them, they didn't just endure misfortune, they faced complete and total ruin. Their cattle would fall ill, their crops would wither, and famine would follow. It was said that even the air itself would grow thick with an oppressive silence, as if nature itself had forsaken them. Those who spoke of these curses didn't just tell stories, they lived in constant terror. To cross an elf, to anger one of their kind, was to invite a fate far worse than any man-made plague. There were rumors, strange, wild rumors, that spoke of those who had sought to escape such curses, running from their villages only to find themselves pursued by shadows they couldn't outrun. Some said the elves could curse you from afar, leaving you haunted and broken, a shell of the person you once were. Those who were believed to have been cursed by elves were marked by a strange, hollow look in their eyes, as if their very souls had been taken. They lived on, but they were never truly alive. Yet it wasn't only the elves' wrath that sparked such terror. There was also the unspoken, chilling possibility that the elves weren't simply wreaking havoc because of personal grudges or because of some slight, it was their nature to balance life and death. They didn't see death as an end, they saw it as part of the endless cycle of existence. The suffering brought by famine or plague, in their eyes, was just another step in this natural process. For the elves, life and death were two sides of the same coin, and when they decided that death must come to a people, they could bring it in the most hauntingly inevitable ways. The curse wasn't always immediate. Sometimes it would take years to manifest, a slow, creeping sickness that rotted from the inside out. Other times, it was swift, a single, devastating blow that left the community reeling. But in every case, the people could sense it, the undeniable, unshakable feeling that they had invited something ancient and unstoppable into their world. The elves had sent their wrath, and now they would watch as it unraveled everything they had ever known. In the quiet hours of the night, when the wind howled through the trees and the rain beat down on the roofs, there was always the whisper of a prayer. It was said that only through appeasing the elves, through making offerings of food, drink, and sometimes even blood, could the curse be lifted. But whether or not these rituals were effective, no one could truly say. The stories of famine and plague persisted, and with them, the knowledge that, in the eyes of the elves, humans were small and fragile, mere playthings for their merciless whims. It was a life lived in the shadow of something far greater than themselves, where every gust of wind, every shift in the soil, carried with it the weight of something ancient and unfathomable. And in the silence that followed the plagues, when the world seemed to hold its breath, the fear of elven curses lingered in the very bones of the people, always there, always waiting. When the ships arrived, bringing with them the promise of new beginnings, they also brought with them something much darker, the colonization of mythologies. The stories that had shaped entire cultures for centuries, passed down from generation to generation, became casualties in the wake of conquest. The rich tapestries of gods and spirits, elves and monsters, were no longer revered as sacred truths, they were transformed, twisted, and rebranded. Where once the stories spoke of ancient beings who governed the earth and the skies, they were now reinterpreted as mere folklore, fantasy for the masses, stripped of their depth, their meaning, and their power. The Europeans, with their ironclad ships and fervent prayers, sought to impose their worldview on the lands they explored. The cultures they encountered were seen as primitive, their beliefs deemed backward, and the gods and spirits they worshipped were labeled as nothing more than superstitions. The elves, who had once roamed freely in the forests of northern Europe, were now recast as demonic creatures in need of control. In the eyes of the colonizers, these mythologies represented a threat to the order they sought to impose, a chaotic force that needed to be subdued. And so, the process began, the erasure of old gods and legends, replaced with new ones born of conquest and dominance. But it wasn't just the colonizers who were to blame for the distortion of these mythologies. Over time, the very people whose ancestors had once lived in harmony with these stories found themselves caught in a struggle. In an attempt to survive the onslaught of foreign culture, many began to adopt the new beliefs, seeing them as a way to protect themselves. The ancient gods, the elves who once danced in the moonlight, were pushed to the periphery of memory. They became something to be forgotten, a part of the past that no longer had a place in the new world. Yet, in the dark corners of the earth, in the recesses of the mind, the old stories simmered, waiting for a time when they might rise once again. In Africa, the myths of spirits and ancestors were not immune to this process of colonization. The gods of the land, the trickster figures who had long held sway over the lives of the people, were demonized, driven into the shadows. Christianity, with its promise of salvation, sought to replace the old ways, to eradicate the spirits that once governed the earth. But even in the face of colonization, these stories endured, surviving in secret, passed from one generation to the next, preserved in songs and dances, in whispered prayers and rituals. Across the seas, in the Americas, the arrival of Europeans brought with it a similar fate. The indigenous peoples, with their deep connection to the land and its spirits, found their gods cast aside, replaced by foreign figures who demanded worship. The mythology of the elves and spirits of nature were seen as nothing more than the ravings of primitive minds, to be replaced by a singular, dominant narrative. But the old ways, those stories that had lived for millennia, didn't vanish completely. They continued to pulse beneath the surface, feeding the dreams of the oppressed, finding their way into new forms of resistance. In Asia, too, the colonization of mythologies took its toll. The gods and spirits of the East, once powerful forces that shaped the lives of the people, were replaced by foreign ideals. The trickster figures, the gods of war and fertility, the spirits who governed the mountains and rivers, were driven into the background. But as in Africa and the Americas, the old stories were far from forgotten. They adapted, taking on new forms, slipping into the cracks of the New World. Where the elves were once protectors of the earth, they became rebellious spirits, embodying the resistance of those who refused to let go of their past. The colonization of mythologies was not just a physical conquest, it was a psychological one. By changing the stories, by replacing the old gods with new ones, the colonizers sought to control not just the land, but the very way people thought about their place in the world. The myths that had once shaped cultures, that had given people strength in times of struggle, were now twisted to serve the needs of the conquerors. The elves, those mysterious beings who had once embodied the power of nature, became little more than whimsical creatures in children's tales, their true meaning lost to time. But in the silence that followed the conquest, something else began to stir. The mythologies that had been colonized, that had been pushed to the edges of consciousness, began to resurface. The elves, the spirits, the gods of old, were not gone, they had merely been forced underground, into the realm of the forgotten. As the generations passed, these ancient stories began to re-emerge in subtle ways, through art, through music, through literature. They were no longer the subjects of fear or domination, they became symbols of resistance, of reclaiming what had been lost. In the modern world, the colonization of mythologies has not been without its consequences. The stories of elves, spirits, and gods that once shaped entire cultures now exist in a fragmented form, broken into pieces and scattered across the globe. Some of these pieces are remembered with fondness, while others are treated as curiosities, artifacts of a world long past. Yet, even in their fractured state, these stories retain a power, a force that cannot be fully erased. The ancient beings, the elves who once roamed the earth, still whisper in the wind, still call out to those who are willing to listen. The fear, the fascination, and the respect that once surrounded these mythologies have not been completely extinguished. In the quiet moments, when the mind is free to wander, the stories of elves and spirits come alive again. They are reminders of a time when humans were not the rulers of the earth, but its stewards, living in harmony with the forces that shaped the world. And though the colonizers may have tried to rewrite these stories, they could not erase them. The elves, like the spirits of the earth, remain eternal, waiting for the moment when their stories are remembered once more. The 19th century was a time of profound transformation, both in the world of men and in the world of myth. The age of reason had given way to a century steeped in emotion, longing, and an overwhelming desire to return to a simpler, more mysterious time. As industrialization marched forward, displacing the natural world and reshaping society, the Romantics turned inward, looking to the past for solace, for meaning, and for a glimpse into a world that might still hold magic and wonder. It was in this moment that elves, those ancient, enigmatic beings, re-emerged from the shadows of history, reborn into a new form, one that resonated deeply with the Romantic spirit. To the Romantics, the elves were not just creatures of folklore, they were symbols, metaphors for a lost world. They embodied the untamed beauty of nature, the mysteries that could not be explained by logic or reason. They represented something beyond human comprehension, a force of magic and spirit that had been erased by the march of progress. In a world that seemed increasingly fractured, where the natural world was being stripped away in the name of industry, elves came to symbolize the yearning for connection to a past that was disappearing at an alarming rate. Elves were no longer just mischievous tricksters or vengeful spirits, they were the keepers of nature's secrets, the last remnants of a world that had once been whole. They lived in the forests and the hills, hidden from the world but ever present, a reminder of what had been lost and what could still be found if one dared to look. In the works of Romantic poets and artists, elves were the embodiment of the sublime, those moments of awe and terror that nature could evoke, moments when the boundary between the human and the divine seemed to blur. One of the most iconic representations of elves in 19th century Romanticism came through the works of poets like William Blake, Samuel Taylor Coleridge, and John Keats. Blake, in particular, saw the elves as spiritual beings, connected to the divine and the supernatural. His poetry often blurred the lines between the natural and the otherworldly, depicting elves as creatures of both beauty and danger, beings that could offer glimpses into a higher, more mystical truth. The idea of the elf as a figure that both protected and threatened became a central theme in the Romantic imagination, representing the dual nature of the world itself, one that could be both breathtaking and terrifying in its power. For Coleridge, elves represented a deeper connection to the unconscious mind, a portal to hidden truths that lay just beneath the surface of everyday life. His poems, filled with dark forests and hidden places, often featured supernatural beings who led the poet or the protagonist into realms where the ordinary laws of nature did not apply. Elves, in this context, were not just beings of legend, they were symbols of the mysteries of the human soul, of the parts of ourselves that we could not fully understand or control. Keats, with his lush, sensual imagery, painted elves as embodiments of beauty and fleetingness. In his work, the elf was often an ephemeral creature, a symbol of the delicate balance between life and death, light and shadow. The elf was a creature of the twilight hours, existing in the liminal spaces between day and night, life and death. They were the perfect metaphor for the Romantic obsession with the transient nature of beauty, youth, and the passing of time. In his poem Ode to a Nightingale, Keats wrote of the deafening silence that accompanied the bird's song, a reflection of the internal tension between the earthly and the eternal, a theme that echoed the elusive, untouchable nature of the elves in his work. As Romanticism swept across Europe, the idea of elves began to take on a more complex, layered meaning. They were no longer merely figures of folklore, relegated to the pages of ancient texts and forgotten legends. They were alive in the hearts and minds of those who sought to reconnect with a world that seemed to be slipping away. The elves of Romanticism were creatures of longing, of nostalgia, of beauty that was always just out of reach. They were, in a way, the perfect symbols of the romantic quest to find something pure, something untouched, something that might exist beyond the confines of time and space. But the romantic elves were not all sweetness and light. As much as they represented a longing for a simpler, more magical time, they also carried with them a sense of danger, of unpredictability. Elves could be cruel, capricious, and mischievous. They could lead travelers astray, tempting them with promises of riches or eternal youth, only to abandon them in the deepest, most desolate parts of the forest. This duality, the beauty and the danger, was a central feature of the elves and romanticism. They embodied the tension between what was desired and what was feared, between the longing for transcendence and the danger of losing oneself in the pursuit of it. In visual art, the depiction of elves became an important element of the Romantic movement. Artists like John William Waterhouse and the Pre-Raphaelite Brotherhood brought the myth of the elf into full, vivid color. The elves in their paintings were ethereal beings, draped in flowing robes of pale silk, their faces glowing with an inner light. But beneath their beauty lay a haunting emptiness, a suggestion that these creatures, though beautiful, were ultimately unreachable. The art was filled with longing, as if the artist, too, were reaching for something just beyond the horizon, something that could never be grasped. Elves in these paintings were not just figures of fantasy, they were the embodiment of the unfulfilled desire that lay at the heart of Romanticism itself. As the century wore on, the elves of the Romantics became more than just symbols of nature and beauty. They became a mirror for the age itself, a reflection of the inner turmoil and conflict that defined the 19th century. In the face of industrialization, urbanization, and the spread of rationalism, the elves were a protest against the forces that sought to erase the wild, untamable aspects of life. They were the last vestiges of a world that still had mystery, magic, and meaning, standing in stark contrast to the cold, mechanical world that was rapidly taking shape. For the Romantics, elves were not just a subject for poetry or art, they were a call to remember, a reminder that the world was still full of magic, if only we would look hard enough. They were a challenge to the dominant forces of the age, a symbol of the unyielding power of nature and the human spirit. In the elves of the 19th century, the Romantics saw a reflection of themselves, a longing for a world that was both beautiful and terrible, fleeting and eternal, always just beyond reach. In the quiet moments of the night, when the world seemed still and every whisper of the wind carried the weight of forgotten stories, J.R.R. Tolkien's elves came alive. They were not the mischievous, capricious creatures of old nor the shadowy figures of the past. They were something entirely different, noble, golden, and pure. Tolkien's elves were more than mere mythological figures, they were the heart of his world, the shining embodiment of what was good, beautiful, and eternal. Tolkien's elves were born out of his deep love for the ancient myths and languages of Europe, and yet, they transcended their origins. Drawing from the rich tapestry of Celtic, Norse, and Anglo-Saxon lore, he reimagined the elves as a race of beings both majestic and tragic. In Tolkien's world, elves were immortal, their lives stretching across millennia, their histories intertwined with the very fabric of Middle-earth. But they were not just immortal, they were also inherently good, the custodians of beauty, wisdom, and grace. The elves in Tolkien's legendarium were divided into different groups, each with its own distinct characteristics. The most revered of all were the Eldar, the firstborn of the children of Iluvatar, a race of elves who lived in the blessed lands of Aman, far to the west of Middle-earth. These elves were the Golden Elves, the ones who embodied perfection and purity in Tolkien's mythos. They were wise beyond measure, skilled in crafts and arts, and devoted to the preservation of all that was good in the world. The Golden Elves were not just beautiful in the conventional sense. Their beauty was the beauty of the world itself, majestic, untouched, and eternal. Tolkien's elves had an ethereal quality, as if they were made of light itself. Their golden hair, their shining eyes, and their graceful forms seemed to glow with a radiance that was beyond human comprehension. But this beauty was not a mere superficial thing, it was a reflection of their inner purity, their connection to the divine. The Eldar were the first to embrace the gift of the Vala, the angelic beings who served the great god Eru Iluvatar. The Vala had created the world, shaping it with their hands, and the Elves were their first children, chosen to be the guardians of Middle-earth. The Elves lived in harmony with the land, their every action in tune with the rhythms of nature. They understood the world in ways that mortals could not, seeing beyond the veil of time and space. Their immortality was both a blessing and a curse, for it meant they would never know the release of death, and with that came a deep sadness, a weariness that could not be shaken. Tolkien's elves were not merely divine beings, they were also deeply human in their flaws. Their immortality, while a gift, also came with a heavy price. They were forever bound to the world, unable to leave it for the peace of the afterlife. This created a sense of longing and existential grief that permeated their being. They could not escape the inevitable decay of time, and they watched as the world around them changed, as civilizations rose and fell. In this sense, they were both the most powerful and the most vulnerable creatures in Tolkien's world. The Golden Elves were also the keepers of knowledge and beauty. They were the artists, the poets, the craftsmen of Middle-earth. Their creations were legendary, from the shimmering silks of their garments to the songs they sang that echoed through the woods. The beauty they crafted was a reflection of their inner vision, and through their art, they sought to preserve the memory of a world that was slowly slipping away. Yet, despite their gifts, the Golden Elves were not immune to sorrow. Their connection to the world of men, and the inevitable decline of all things, weighed heavily on them. The most iconic of these Golden Elves was Galadriel, the Lady of Lothlorien, whose beauty and wisdom were unmatched. Galadriel was one of the few who had lived through the ages, bearing witness to the changing of the world, the rise and fall of kings, and the darkness that threatened to consume all. Her golden hair, her piercing gaze, and her quiet strength made her a figure of reverence. She was both a protector and a symbol of the fading light of the Golden Elves. Yet, like all the elves, Galadriel's beauty and grace were tinged with sorrow, for she knew that her time in Middle-earth was coming to an end. Tolkien's elves were also warriors, though their combat was not driven by the same desires that fueled the men of Middle-earth. The elves fought not for glory or conquest, but to protect the world they loved. They were the first to stand against the forces of darkness, whether it was Melkor, the first Dark Lord, or Sauron, who would later rise to power. The Golden Elves were the ones who stood at the forefront of these battles, wielding their great power and ancient wisdom to push back the encroaching shadows. But even their strength could not keep the darkness at bay forever. The Golden Elves were bound to the world, and as the world changed, so too did they. The Golden Elves of Tolkien's world were also the creators of the 3 elven rings, which were imbued with great power. These rings were not just symbols of authority, they were the means by which the elves sought to preserve the beauty of Middle-earth, to keep the world from decaying. The rings were a gift from the Vala, but they came at a cost. The more the elves used the rings, the more they became tied to the world, unable to leave it, unable to escape the sorrow that came with their immortality. The rings were both a blessing and a curse, and as they were lost and passed down through the ages, the Golden Elves' connection to the world deepened. Tolkien's Golden Elves were ultimately a reflection of his own views on beauty, loss, and the passage of time. They were the embodiment of a world that was slowly fading, a world that could never be fully preserved, no matter how hard the elves tried. Their immortality was both a gift and a burden, and as much as they longed for peace, they were forever bound to the struggles of Middle-earth. The Golden Elves were a tragic, yet beautiful, reminder of what once was, and what could never be again. In the end, the Golden Elves of Tolkien's world are a symbol of all that is fleeting and precious. They are the last glimmer of light in a world that is slowly being consumed by darkness. Their beauty, their wisdom, and their sorrow are etched into the very fabric of Middle-earth, a reminder of a time when the world was still pure, and the elves still roamed free. They are the shining example of what it means to be both eternal and fragile, to be both godlike and human, and to live with the knowledge that all things, no matter how golden, must one day fade. In the flickering glow of our screens, the world seems vast and full of wonder. We are transported to far-off lands where magic flows like rivers, where heroes slay dragons, and where kingdoms rise and fall in epic battles. But beneath this veneer of fantasy lies a darker truth, a truth that is often hidden in plain sight. Fantasy, as we know it today, has long been a powerful tool, not just for entertainment, but for obscuring uncomfortable histories, veiling truths that might be too difficult to confront. Modern media, with its endless flood of fantastical stories, plays a pivotal role in this. It allows us to escape into worlds where the rules of reality bend and stretch, where the past is remade to fit a more palatable narrative. But in doing so, it also serves as a smokescreen, obscuring the truths that have been deliberately forgotten or distorted. It's in these very stories, woven with magic and myth, that we find the echoes of the past, the parts of history that have been buried, glossed over, or rewritten to fit the needs of those in power. Fantasy, as a genre, has always had the potential to challenge, to subvert, and to question. But it has also been used as a vehicle for control, for molding perceptions, and for concealing the uncomfortable, ugly truths about our world. Consider how many of the most popular fantastical narratives are steeped in centuries-old tropes, many of which are rooted in cultural biases, imperialism, and colonialism. These narratives have been carefully crafted over generations, and while they may seem harmless, they often carry with them the weight of a history that has been sanitized or ignored. Take, for example, the portrayal of certain mythological creatures, elves, dragons, and giants. These beings, often seen as benevolent or neutral forces in modern media, have their origins in much darker and more complex stories. The elves, once figures of envy, trickery, and malice, were reimagined as pure and noble creatures in the works of writers like J.R.R. Tolkien. The same can be said for dragons, which, in many ancient cultures, were symbols of destruction, chaos, and fear. Yet in modern fantasy, dragons have been recast as wise, noble creatures, often guarding treasures or ancient knowledge. These reimaginings serve to soften the edges of history, to make the violent and chaotic past seem more benign and manageable. But this is not just limited to the creatures of myth, it extends to the very structure of the fantastical worlds we now cherish. The kingdoms, empires, and noble families that populate these worlds often bear a striking resemblance to real-world systems of power, but their true nature is obscured. The noble knight who swears fealty to a king is rarely questioned for his loyalty, and the royal family's conquests are often portrayed as righteous and justified. History is full of stories of imperialism, colonization, and war, but in many modern fantasies, these stories are retold with the faces of the good guys in place of the conquerors, their actions framed as heroic rather than exploitative. Modern media, particularly in the realm of film and television, plays a crucial role in shaping the way we perceive the past. The world of fantasy, through the lens of media, is often sanitized, the ugly truths replaced with idealized versions of history. The violence and oppression that once existed are softened into mere background noise, easily forgotten amid the spectacular battles and breathtaking landscapes. The media, in its quest to entertain, often strips away the deeper, more troubling aspects of history, leaving behind a glossy version of the past that feels more comfortable to confront. This is not to say that all fantasy is inherently harmful or deceptive. Fantasy, in its purest form, has the power to inspire, to push boundaries, and to make us question the world around us. But when it is used as a tool for mass consumption, when it is tailored to appeal to the broadest possible audience, it often falls into the trap of reinforcing existing power structures and masking uncomfortable truths. The stories we tell shape the world we live in, and when those stories are built on a foundation of half-truths, omissions, and distortions, we risk losing touch with the reality that underpins them. The role of modern media in masking the truth extends beyond just the realm of fantasy. It is present in every genre, from historical dramas to news broadcasts. The images we see, the stories we hear, are often carefully curated to fit a narrative that serves a particular agenda. The media has become a powerful force in shaping our perceptions of the world, and in the case of fantasy, that power is often used to obscure the darker aspects of our history. When we look at the grand tales of elves, dragons, and magical kingdoms, it's easy to get lost in the wonder and excitement of these worlds. But buried beneath the surface of these stories is a deeper, more unsettling reality. These are not just fanciful tales, they are reflections of the past, shaped and reshaped to fit the needs of those who control the narrative. And in this process, the truth, often ugly, uncomfortable, and inconvenient, gets lost in the magic. In the end, fantasy's role in hiding the truth is both a blessing and a curse. It allows us to escape, to dream, to imagine a world that is more beautiful and less painful than the one we live in. But it also keeps us from confronting the truths that lie just beneath the surface, truths that, if we allowed ourselves to see them, might change everything. The question remains, how long can we continue to hide behind the veil of fantasy before the truth comes crashing down, impossible to ignore any longer? In the quiet spaces where old rituals and ancient beliefs still stir, elves have found a new home, far from the pages of fantasy novels or the screens of Hollywood. Today, they are no longer just the ethereal creatures of myth and legend. In the world of modern paganism, elves have been reimagined, reinvented, and reclaimed as spiritual beings, interwoven into the tapestry of contemporary rituals and practices. This reinterpretation speaks to something deeper, something more profound than just the allure of magic and fantasy. It speaks to a longing for connection, to the land, to nature, and to the unseen forces that shape our world. In modern paganism, elves have come to represent more than just beings of grace and wisdom. They are viewed as the embodiments of the natural world, the protectors of forests, mountains, rivers, and all the sacred places where human civilization has yet to tread. They are guardians of the wilds, holding the balance between civilization and nature, between the known and the unknown. Their role has evolved from that of distant deities to close companions in spiritual practice, beings that can be called upon, invoked, or honored in ways that speak to the deep, often unspoken relationship between humans and the earth. For modern pagans, the connection to elves is often rooted in the natural world. They are seen as the spirits of the land itself, the quiet force that moves through the trees, the stones, the streams. In many pagan traditions, elves are linked to the elemental forces, earth, air, fire, and water, each representing a different aspect of the natural world. They are thought to be guardians of the elements, working in concert with the forces of nature to maintain balance and harmony. Where human hands have altered the land, elves are believed to be the ones who restore it, quietly working behind the scenes to heal the wounds inflicted by industry, greed, and carelessness. This reverence for elves as nature spirits can be seen in many forms of modern paganism, from Wicca to Druidry, and from heathenry to eclectic spiritual practices. In these paths, elves are not merely symbolic beings, they are real, tangible entities that can be communicated with through ritual, offerings, and prayer. They are invoked in ceremonies to bless the land, to ensure good harvests, to protect sacred spaces, and to heal the earth from the wounds of exploitation. To many, elves represent the untamed spirit of the land, a reminder that there is more to the world than what meets the eye. Yet, this modern reinterpretation of elves is not without its complexities. For one, it is a blending of old mythologies with New Age spirituality. The elves of today bear little resemblance to the capricious, often dangerous beings of ancient myth. In many ways, they have been sanitized, stripped of their darker elements, and repurposed to fit within the spiritual frameworks of modern paganism. The trickster aspect of elves, their ability to deceive, manipulate, or lead humans astray, has been downplayed or entirely erased in favor of a more benevolent image. In this new spiritual context, elves are no longer seen as potential threats, but as guides and protectors. This reinterpretation reflects a broader shift in the way people today view the natural world and their place within it. Where elves were once mysterious and aloof, they have now become allies in the quest for spiritual connection to the earth. This shift is deeply tied to the growing environmental consciousness of modern paganism, which seeks to restore a sense of reverence for the land and all its creatures. Elves, as spiritual beings closely aligned with nature, have become a part of this movement, symbols of the interconnectedness of all life, and the guardians of a world that is increasingly under threat. However, not all pagan traditions view elves through this lens. Some, especially those with roots in Norse or Celtic spirituality, continue to honor the more complex and multifaceted nature of elves. In these traditions, elves are still understood as powerful beings that exist in the margins of the human world, inhabiting the realms between the living and the dead, between light and shadow. They are not simply nature spirits, but are believed to have their own societies, their own politics, and their own ways of interacting with the human world. The elves of these traditions may still be seen as figures of mystery and awe, not to be lightly summoned or trifled with. They may offer guidance or assistance, but their help always comes at a price, and their motives are never entirely clear. The relationship between modern pagans and elves is not always one of reverence. Some spiritual movements, particularly those focused on animism or shamanism, view elves as a symbol of the unseen world, the spirits and energies that permeate all things. In these traditions, elves are not always seen as benevolent or protective. Instead, they are recognized as the forces of nature that cannot be controlled or tamed. They are both part of the spiritual landscape and separate from it, existing in realms that cannot be fully understood or accessed by human beings. The elves in these practices are not guides or protectors, they are powerful forces that must be respected, even feared. The way elves are perceived in modern paganism, therefore, depends on the specific beliefs of the practitioner. To some, they are benevolent nature spirits, guardians of the wild and protectors of sacred spaces. To others, they are complex, enigmatic beings whose motivations are impossible to fully grasp. Either way, elves in modern paganism serve as a reminder of the ancient connection between humanity and the natural world, a connection that has been obscured by centuries of industrialization, urbanization, and environmental degradation. In the quiet of the forest or in the stillness of a sacred grove, modern pagans continue to honor the elves. They light candles in their honor, offer gifts of food and flowers, and call upon them in times of need. And in doing so, they are not just paying homage to a mythological creature but to the very spirit of the earth itself, the wild, untamed force that continues to shape the world around us, even as we forget its power. The elves, in this sense, are not just ancient creatures of the past. They are the living, breathing embodiment of the natural world, and they are here, waiting to be remembered once more. In the vast expanse of the universe, we have often wondered if we are truly alone. Through telescopes, space probes, and the relentless curiosity that defines humanity, we search for signs of life beyond our planet. But what if the beings we have long believed to be creatures of myth and fantasy, elves, are not just figments of imagination or ancient folklore? What if they are something far more extraordinary, perhaps extraterrestrial beings, visitors from distant stars who have shaped our myths, guided our cultures, and left an indelible mark on our collective consciousness? Theories about elves as extraterrestrial beings are not new, but they have gained a surprising level of traction in recent years. These theories, blending science fiction with ancient mythology, propose that the elves of old were not just magical beings who resided in hidden realms, but were visitors from far-off planets or even other dimensions, beings whose advanced technology and knowledge were misinterpreted as magic by early human societies. At the heart of these theories is the idea that the elves' characteristics, agelessness, superior intellect, and supernatural abilities could be explained by extraterrestrial origins. Elves, as described in ancient mythologies, are often depicted as immortal or possessing extraordinary lifespans, a feature that sets them apart from humans and suggests a form of biological advancement far beyond our own. In the context of extraterrestrial life, this could be seen as evidence that elves are not merely products of human imagination, but rather, highly evolved beings whose biology allows them to live for centuries or even millennia. The notion of elves being alien visitors also explains their connection to the natural world. Throughout history, elves have been depicted as guardians of forests, mountains, and rivers, their power intricately tied to the earth's natural forces. In many ancient cultures, they are seen as beings of the land, able to control weather, crops, and the health of the planet itself. This relationship with nature is often described in supernatural terms, but what if it was actually a form of advanced technology, one that allowed these extraterrestrial beings to manipulate the environment around them? The technology of such beings could have been so advanced that it appeared as magic to primitive human societies, technology capable of influencing the weather, ensuring bountiful harvests, and healing the sick. In this theory, the elves' mysterious ability to vanish, disappear, or travel between worlds could be the result of their advanced technology. Rather than disappearing into thin air, they may have had the means to enter portals or manipulate space-time, traveling between different dimensions or planets with ease. The idea of elves being able to appear and disappear at will, moving swiftly through forests or disappearing into the shadows, fits with the concept of extraterrestrial beings who possess knowledge of advanced physics, enabling them to bend the rules of reality as we know them. Moreover, the elves' ethereal beauty, their otherworldly grace, and their intelligence could be the result of selective evolution or genetic engineering, attributes that would distinguish them from the humans with whom they interacted. Could these beings have been artificially created, engineered by their own kind or another extraterrestrial race to be the perfect stewards of a world in need of protection and guidance? Or, perhaps, they are simply the survivors of an ancient alien civilization, their knowledge and culture preserved through the ages by their extraordinary longevity and adaptability. One of the most compelling aspects of the extraterrestrial elf theory is the idea that these beings visited Earth in ancient times, potentially influencing early human development. Elves, in this theory, may have been the gods of ancient cultures, beings who came from the stars, teaching humanity advanced knowledge and guiding civilizations to great heights. These extraterrestrial visitors may have been misunderstood as gods, their advanced technology and wisdom mistaken for divine power. Over time, as the humans they interacted with lost contact with them, their stories and legends were passed down, evolving into the myths we now recognize as tales of elves. In this context, elves are not just figures of legend, but the last remnants of an advanced alien species, the echoes of whose presence still resonate in our folklore. The myths of elves, their abilities to shapeshift, their immortality, and their connection to the natural world, all become part of a larger narrative about the unknown. About beings from another world who once walked among us, their presence leaving behind only fragmented memories and stories that are now seen as fantasy. The theory of extraterrestrial elves also raises questions about the relationship between these beings and other mythological creatures. In many cultures, elves are associated with other supernatural beings, such as fairies, dragons, and even gods. Could these creatures, too, be extraterrestrial visitors, each representing a different aspect of alien culture or technology? What if the elves were not the only beings to come from the stars, but part of a larger, more complex network of extraterrestrial civilizations that visited Earth in ancient times? The idea that mythological beings from various cultures are actually visitors from distant stars opens up a fascinating possibility that our entire pantheon of gods, spirits, and supernatural creatures could have extraterrestrial origins, each one playing a role in the development of human civilization. While these theories remain speculative, they offer a tantalizing possibility that the elves, with their beauty, wisdom, and mysterious powers, may not be the products of imagination at all, but the vestiges of an ancient, alien civilization that once walked among us. They are the aliens we never truly understood, their presence woven into the fabric of our myths, disguised as magic to protect them from a world that might have feared them. As we continue to search the stars for signs of life, perhaps it is worth considering that the beings we call elves may already be among us, not in the forests, but in the farthest reaches of our imagination, waiting to be remembered. When the wind rustles through the trees and the shadows stretch long across the land, there is a sense of something ancient stirring, something that lurks just beyond our understanding. The elves, in their many forms, have always been more than just mythical creatures. They have embodied humanity's deepest fears, anxieties, and longings, woven into the fabric of our collective consciousness. These ethereal beings, who appear both beautiful and terrifying, represent the tensions between civilization and the unknown, the familiar and the alien. Their presence in mythology is not just a reflection of our wonder at the world around us, but a mirror to the darker corners of the human psyche. From the very first whispers of elves in ancient folklore, they have always been creatures who straddle the line between the known and the unknown. They are often depicted as both enticing and dangerous, beings of immense beauty and power, but also of unpredictable nature. This duality reflects the deep-seated fears humans have always held about the forces that lie outside of their control. Elves, with their otherworldly allure, represent a fear of the things that we cannot tame or understand, beings who possess knowledge and abilities far beyond our own, who move in ways that defy the rules of nature as we know them. In many ancient myths, elves are portrayed as mysterious, elusive beings who live on the fringes of human society. They are often associated with the wild, untamed places, forests, mountains, and distant hills, places that were once feared by those who lived in settled communities. These realms were the unknown, the spaces where the laws of civilization did not apply. To step into these places was to step into a world of danger, where the boundaries between the human and the supernatural became blurred. The elves, as inhabitants of these shadowy realms, embody this fear of the unknown, the things that exist outside the boundaries of human understanding. But the fear of elves goes beyond just their physical presence in these wild places. Their behavior in myth is often a reflection of humanity's fear of what lies beyond the control of society. Elves are frequently depicted as tricksters, beings who deceive, mislead, and play with the lives of humans. They are known to kidnap children, lead travelers astray, and cause mischief in the lives of those who cross their paths. This element of elven mythology speaks to the anxiety that humanity has always felt about the unpredictable nature of the world, a fear that, no matter how hard we try to control our surroundings, there are forces beyond our grasp that can upend everything in an instant. The idea of elves abducting children or taking away loved ones taps into one of humanity's oldest and most primal fears, the fear of loss. The elf's ability to remove a person from their world, to whisk them away to an unknown fate, is a direct manifestation of the anxieties surrounding the fragility of human life. The fear of losing a child, a loved one, or even one's sense of self is universal, one of the most terrifying aspects of human existence. In this way, elves are not just supernatural beings, they are symbols of the things we fear most, the loss of control, the loss of those we cherish, and the unknowable forces that can shatter our lives. Moreover, the depiction of elves as immortal or ageless beings speaks to a deeper existential fear, the fear of time itself. Elves, with their eternal beauty and unchanging nature, represent the idea of time slipping away, of life passing without pause or reprieve. They are the embodiment of the passage of time, a reminder that while humans age, falter, and eventually fade, there are forces in the world, perhaps even outside the world, that remain unaffected by the march of time. This immortal quality of the elves serves as both a comfort and a fear. On one hand, they represent the allure of eternal life, an escape from the decay of the human body. On the other, they represent a cold, unfeeling timelessness that is alien to human experience, an existence that is removed from the natural rhythms of life and death. In many stories, elves are seen as beings who possess great knowledge and power, yet they are often depicted as being somewhat indifferent to the human world. They are aware of the struggles and pain of humanity, but they seem distant, detached, and uninterested in offering assistance unless it serves their own mysterious purposes. This coldness taps into humanity's fear of being powerless in the face of a vast, uncaring universe. The elves, in their detachment, mirror the existential anxiety that many people feel of being insignificant in the grand scheme of the cosmos, of being one small part of a world that continues on without notice or care for individual lives. But beyond their indifference lies a darker truth, the fear that elves may not just be indifferent, but actively hostile. In some myths, elves are portrayed as beings who delight in causing harm, either out of malice or as part of their strange, inscrutable nature. The idea of elves as destructive forces, whether through mischief, vengeance, or curse, taps into humanity's fear of being at the mercy of beings who are more powerful and more intelligent than we could ever hope to be. These are not the benevolent, wise beings we might hope to encounter, but rather, the agents of chaos and destruction, testing the limits of human endurance. In this way, elves serve as a metaphor for the dark side of the human condition, the fears, desires, and uncertainties that lie just beneath the surface of our everyday lives. They are the embodiments of everything that eludes us, the unknown, the unpredictable, and the uncontrollable. They are the manifestation of our primal fears, our anxiety about the world and the forces that move within it, and our deep-seated fear of the things we cannot understand or tame. To face an elf, in many ways, is to confront the darkness within ourselves, the part of us that fears what we cannot see, what we cannot touch, and what we cannot change. In the end, elves are more than just mythical creatures. They are mirrors to the fears that shape our lives, the anxieties that lurk just beneath the surface of our consciousness. Through them, we confront the unknown and the unknowable, the things that lie beyond our control. And in this confrontation, we are reminded of the fragility of our existence and the ever-present specter of fear that lingers in the shadows, waiting for us to acknowledge it. In the quiet moments when our minds drift to the fantastical, we may find ourselves lost in the allure of the unknown, drawn to the mysterious creatures that populate our myths, none more captivating, perhaps, than the elusive and enigmatic elves. From their ethereal beauty to their uncanny powers, elves represent an intriguing blend of life and death, of desire and danger, pulling us into a world where the boundaries between the two blur. But beneath their gleaming exterior, elves can be seen as archetypes that speak to the most profound and primal aspects of the human psyche. Through the lens of psychoanalysis, elves take on a deeper significance, acting as symbols of our unconscious desires, our darkest fears, and our deepest conflicts. At the core of the elf mythos is the dichotomy between life and death. Elves are often depicted as immortal or ageless beings, living far beyond the human lifespan, untouched by time's relentless march. This immortality, however, is not without its cost. For all their beauty and power, elves are inherently tied to death, whether through their connection to the afterlife, their role as guardians of the natural world, or their ability to abduct souls or mislead mortals to their doom. The archetype of the elf, in this sense, embodies the duality of desire and death, of life that never fades but is always tinged with the shadow of mortality. From a psychoanalytic perspective, this duality can be seen as a projection of our own internal conflicts. Humans have long been fascinated with the concept of immortality, the desire to escape the confines of the mortal body and transcend the limitations of time. The elf, with their eternal youth and beauty, represents this desire for permanence, for an escape from the inevitability of death. But this immortality is not presented as a pure ideal, it is often portrayed as something unattainable or dangerous. The elves may be ageless, but their existence comes with isolation, detachment from humanity, and a disconnection from the natural cycles of life and death. In this way, elves become a metaphor for the tension between the desire for immortality and the understanding that eternal life might come at a steep price. The elf's seductive nature further complicates this archetype. Elves are often depicted as beings of great beauty, their allure irresistible, their presence magnetic. This beauty, however, is not purely physical, it is an embodiment of the longing and desires that stir deep within us. The elf represents the idealized version of beauty and grace, a being that embodies our most cherished fantasies. But these fantasies are not without their darker edges. The elf's charm is often accompanied by an unsettling sense of danger. In many myths, elves lure mortals into dangerous situations, offering promises of love or power, only to betray those who fall for their enchantments. They are tricksters, shapeshifters, beings who appear as one thing and reveal themselves to be another, challenging the boundaries between reality and illusion. This seductive quality can be seen as a projection of our own unconscious desires. In the realm of the unconscious, the elf symbolizes the parts of ourselves that yearn for something more, something beyond the ordinary, something that transcends the mundane realities of daily life. The elf embodies the ideal, the unattainable, the dream of a perfect existence free from the constraints of time and mortality. But, as with all desires, this yearning is fraught with danger. The deeper we fall into our desires, the more we risk losing ourselves in them. The elf, in their manipulation of desire, teaches us the consequences of indulgence, the dangers of chasing after something that may not truly fulfill us, or worse, something that may consume us entirely. In psychoanalytic terms, elves can be understood as representations of the archetypes of the shadow and the anima or animus. The shadow, as Carl Jung described it, is the unconscious part of the psyche that contains the traits, impulses, and desires we repress or deny. The elf, with their otherworldly beauty and power, represents this shadow aspect, the parts of ourselves that we desire but fear, the parts that seem unattainable or dangerous but that we secretly long to embrace. The elf, in their seductive allure, draws us toward the shadow, beckoning us to confront the desires we have buried within. At the same time, the elf can be seen as a symbol of the anima, for men, or animus, for women, the archetype of the opposite gender that resides within each of us. In this sense, the elf embodies the qualities of the idealized other, the perfect partner who is both desirable and elusive. The anima/animus archetype is often associated with the desire for connection, intimacy, and the yearning for union with the opposite sex. Elves, with their mystical beauty and otherworldliness, represent this ideal of the opposite gender, the one who exists outside the ordinary realm of human experience, but who nonetheless calls to us with an irresistible allure. But as with all archetypes, the elf is not without its darker aspects. In many myths, elves are associated with death and the afterlife, acting as gatekeepers or guardians of the soul's passage. Their connection to death is not just symbolic, but often literal, with elves depicted as creatures who can abduct or steal souls, drawing mortals into their realm or condemning them to an unknown fate. This aspect of the elf archetype speaks to the human fear of death, the fear of the unknown, and the terror of being taken from the safety of the living world. The elf, in this sense, embodies the darker side of our desires, the fear of losing control, the fear of being consumed by forces beyond our comprehension, and the fear of the irreversible passage from life to death. Elves also represent the inevitable tension between desire and death, between the longing for eternal life and the acceptance of mortality. Their immortality, while alluring, is often portrayed as a curse, a never-ending existence that leads to boredom, isolation, and a disconnect from the vibrancy of life. This tension reflects the human condition, our desire for transcendence, for something beyond the limits of our flesh, and the realization that death is the ultimate boundary, the one force we cannot escape. The elf, in their eternal beauty and their fatalistic connection to death, is both a symbol of our deepest desires and our most profound fears. Ultimately, the elf archetype is a reflection of the complex interplay between desire, death, and the unconscious. They are beings who exist beyond the boundaries of human understanding, yet they are also projections of our own inner struggles. Through them, we confront the deepest parts of ourselves, the parts that long for immortality, that crave the unattainable, and that fear the inevitable passage of time. The elf is both a dream and a nightmare, a being who embodies the contradictions of the human soul and the eternal dance between life and death. The forest stirs with a subtle, almost imperceptible energy. Beneath the canopy, the moss-covered earth seems to breathe in rhythm with the pulse of the land. Birds call to one another from the branches, and somewhere in the distance, the wind whispers through the trees. There is something ancient in this place, something that feels as if it has always been, untouched by the passage of time. Here, in the heart of the wild, the elves live, at least, that is how the stories go. In mythology, elves have long been associated with the natural world, and their deep connection to the land, the forests, and the elements speaks to something much greater than mere fantasy. They are not just creatures of beauty and power, they are symbols, manifestations of the world around us, and they embody the delicate balance between life and death, growth and decay, creation and destruction. Elves, and many of the most enduring myths, are not just ethereal beings dwelling in enchanted realms, they are guardians of the earth itself. They are the spirits of the forest, the keepers of the wild, the ones who walk between the worlds of the living and the unseen. The relationship between elves and nature is not just one of passive existence, but an active and intimate bond with the land. In Celtic and Norse mythologies, the elves are often depicted as closely tied to the natural world, moving with ease through forests, rivers, and mountains, their very presence an extension of the environment they inhabit. This deep connection between elves and nature can be seen as a symbol of the balance that exists in the natural world. The forest, for example, is a place of both life and death. Trees grow and fall, plants bloom and wither, animals are born and perish. The elves, as the stewards of this realm, embody the cyclical nature of existence. They are creatures that live within the rhythms of the earth, bound by the same forces that shape the seasons and govern the lives of all living things. Their immortality, however, is not the immortality of stagnant existence, it is a reflection of the eternal cycles of nature, a reminder that death is not an end, but a part of the greater process of renewal and regeneration. The elves, and their role as guardians of nature, also represent the fragile beauty of the natural world. In many myths, the presence of elves is seen as a sign of a place's purity and vitality. The land that elves inhabit is often depicted as being untouched by human hands, pristine, wild, and full of life. The forests, lakes, and mountains where elves dwell are places where the natural world is allowed to thrive, where the delicate balance between all living things remains intact. In this sense, the elves are symbolic of a time before human intervention, a time when nature was allowed to follow its own course without the destructive influence of mankind. But as much as the elves represent the beauty and harmony of the natural world, they also symbolize the darker side of nature, the power of the forces that govern life and death. Nature is not always gentle, and the elves, and their association with the wild, are often depicted as fierce and unpredictable. In many myths, elves are said to be capable of great mischief or cruelty, punishing those who disturb the natural order. Those who venture too far into the realm of the elves may find themselves lost or ensnared, lured into the woods only to never return. These darker aspects of the elf mythos speak to the destructive power of nature, the storms, the wildfires, the predation that are all part of the natural world, but often beyond the understanding or control of humankind. Elves, and their embodiment of nature's duality, also reflect the deep-seated human fear of the wild. The forest has long been a place of mystery and danger, a realm where the rules of civilization do not apply. In the wilderness, humans are exposed to the raw forces of nature, floods, fires, hunger, and wild animals, and this has always sparked a deep-seated fear of the unknown. The elves, as the inhabitants of these untamed spaces, serve as both guides and gatekeepers to the wild. They are the spirits that protect the forests, the forces that ensure the balance of life and death is maintained. But they are also the ones who punish those who overstep their bounds, reminding humans of the power that nature holds. In this sense, elves can be understood as a symbolic representation of humanity's relationship with the natural world. On one hand, we long to be connected to the earth, to live in harmony with the land, and to experience the beauty and bounty that nature provides. On the other hand, we fear the very forces that make nature so powerful, the unpredictability, the violence, and the overwhelming vastness of the natural world. The elf, as a creature that straddles both the human and the supernatural realms, embodies this paradox. They are a bridge between the known world and the wild unknown, a reminder of the delicate balance that exists between humanity and the earth. The theme of ecological symbolism is also reflected in the elf's relationship with death and decay. In many traditions, the elves are said to be both guardians of life and harbingers of death. They are often associated with the cycles of life, birth, growth, death, and rebirth. The elves, with their ageless beauty and connection to the earth, serve as reminders of the fleeting nature of life. They are witnesses to the cycles of death and regeneration that take place in the natural world, reminding humans of their own mortality and the inevitable passage of time. In this way, elves can be seen as symbols of ecological balance, the constant ebb and flow of life and death, of creation and destruction. Their presence in the myths serves as a reminder that life is fragile and transient, and that the natural world is in constant flux. Just as the elves themselves exist in a delicate balance between life and death, so too does the earth. The elf, in their connection to the land, represents the need for humans to respect and honor the natural world, to understand that we are not separate from nature, but an integral part of it. In modern times, the symbolic power of the elf is often overshadowed by the sanitized, romanticized versions of these creatures that have become prevalent in popular media. Yet, the deeper ecological symbolism of the elf remains ever present in the stories and legends of old. The elf, in all their beauty and danger, serves as a reminder of the delicate balance that exists in nature, of the forces that lie beyond human control, and of the need to live in harmony with the earth. The elf, as an ecological symbol, is a reflection of the world itself, beautiful, fragile, and full of mystery. They remind us of the power and danger of the natural world, of the delicate equilibrium that sustains life, and of the responsibilities we bear as stewards of the earth. In the end, the elf is not just a mythical being, but a representation of the wildness that lies at the heart of our existence, a reminder of the deep and unbreakable bond between humanity and the natural world. There is something both haunting and mesmerizing about the persistence of elves in human folklore. From the misty woodlands of northern Europe to the vibrant jungles of Southeast Asia, they are figures that endure through centuries and across cultures. The elf, in its many forms, has adapted, evolving with the times, yet always maintaining its core essence, an embodiment of the unknown, the mystical, and the otherworldly. How is it that these ethereal beings, born from the soil of ancient myths, continue to captivate the human imagination, generation after generation, across continents and civilizations? Why do elves endure, their legends weaving through the fabric of our cultural consciousness, irrespective of the passage of time or the vast diversity of the human experience? At the heart of the elf's cultural adaptability lies its ability to transcend the boundaries of any single culture, shifting and morphing to reflect the changing needs and desires of each society it touches. In ancient times, when the world was still raw with mystery, the elf was a figure tied to the natural world, spirits of the earth, guardians of the forest, keepers of secrets. These early depictions were deeply rooted in the landscapes of the people who told them, shaped by the natural environments that sustained them. But over time, as humanity spread out across the globe, so too did the figure of the elf. It morphed into different forms, taking on new characteristics, but never losing the connection to the supernatural that made it so captivating. In the Nordic lands, the elf was a creature that dwelled in the shadows of towering forests, moving between the realms of the living and the dead. It was a being of ancient power, one that embodied the mysteries of nature itself. In Celtic lore, elves became ethereal, mystical beings that lived in a parallel world, a place of beauty and danger that could only be accessed by those who knew the right paths. They were fey, full of magic and trickery, and often brought both blessings and curses to the people they encountered. As cultures encountered different environments, shifting from agrarian societies to urbanized cities, from isolation to the hustle of growing nations, the elf's role evolved. It adapted to fit the world it inhabited, becoming not only an embodiment of nature and magic, but also a metaphor for humanity's deeper fears and desires. The elf's adaptability is also tied to its symbolic nature. Throughout history, elves have represented the parts of ourselves we are unable to control, the mysterious forces that govern our world, the impulses that reside in our unconscious minds. They have always been figures who exist on the margins, between realms, between life and death, between the known and the unknown. Their adaptability lies in their ability to represent something universal within the human experience, the fear of the unknown, the longing for something more than the mundane, the desire for a connection to the divine or supernatural forces. This symbolic flexibility has allowed the elf to endure across diverse cultural landscapes. In times of hardship, elves have been seen as benevolent protectors, spirits that offer solace, guidance, and wisdom. In times of fear, they have taken on a darker aspect, becoming tricksters, tempters, or harbingers of doom. The elf is both a mirror and a lens through which the people of a culture can project their hopes and fears, their values and anxieties. In this way, the elf becomes a reflection of the society that believes in it, a figure that can be reinterpreted and reshaped in response to the changing tides of human history. Take, for example, the way elves were reimagined during the Romantic period in Europe. As industrialization spread, the natural world began to recede, and the forests, once teeming with life, were replaced by cities, factories, and the smoke of progress. In response to this loss, elves reappeared in literature and art as representations of a time that had passed, guardians of a world that could no longer be found in the harsh realities of modernity. They were no longer just mystical beings of magic and danger, but became symbols of nostalgia, reminders of a simpler, purer existence that was vanishing in the face of industrial advancement. In this way, the elf serves as a cultural constant, a figure that adapts to the changing needs of society. As the world changes, so too does the elf, but at its core, it remains the same, a bridge between the ordinary and the extraordinary, the human and the supernatural. The elf is a figure that can be both distant and familiar, a being that embodies the deepest aspects of the human soul. Its adaptability allows it to transcend time, to endure across generations and cultures, and to find new forms of expression in each era. In other parts of the world, elves have also adapted to fit the local cultural frameworks. In East Asian traditions, for instance, elfin beings often take the form of fox spirits or other shape-shifting creatures that can deceive, seduce, and trick humans, yet also offer wisdom or guidance. These figures may not be elves in the traditional sense, but they share many characteristics with their European counterparts. They are beings of magic, mystery, and often duality, both benevolent and dangerous, beautiful and deceptive. This similarity suggests that the elf, as a symbol of the supernatural and the unknown, is not confined to one cultural origin but is instead a universal motif found in many parts of the world. In the modern era, the elf has once again shifted to fit new cultural contexts. The popularization of fantasy literature and films in the 20th and 21st centuries, particularly through the works of J.R.R. Tolkien and the explosion of media franchises like The Lord of the Rings, has introduced the elf to a global audience in ways that few other mythical creatures have been able to achieve. Tolkien's elves, noble, wise, and ageless, became the archetype of the modern fantasy elf, a figure of elegance, power, and grace. These elves are no longer just mysterious guardians of nature but are portrayed as part of grand mythologies that explore complex themes of good and evil, light and darkness, hope and despair. They embody the conflicts and ideals of contemporary society while maintaining the core characteristics of the ancient myths. But even in this reimagined form, the elf retains its adaptability. The elf is no longer a symbol exclusively tied to the earth or the supernatural. It has become a figure that represents humanity's endless search for meaning, for transcendence, and for answers to the questions that lie beyond our understanding. As humanity continues to explore new frontiers, whether in the realms of space, technology, or the psyche, the elf continues to evolve, reflecting our ever-changing relationship with the world and the mysteries that surround us. In a world where cultures continue to collide, where globalism and digital media bring new ideas and stories into the fold, the elf remains a figure that is both timeless and malleable. It endures across time and geography because it represents something fundamental, something that connects us all, no matter where we come from or how much time has passed. The elf is not just a creature of myth and legend, it is a symbol of our collective longing for something greater, something beyond the ordinary, something that speaks to the deepest parts of our souls. And so, the elf lives on, adapting, evolving, but never truly fading away. Beneath the beauty and elegance of the elf lies something much darker, a shadow that lingers just out of sight. For centuries, these ethereal beings have been both adored and feared, woven into the fabric of mythologies as representations of both light and darkness. In many ways, elves embody the very traits humanity has long tried to repress, the raw, untamed, and often dangerous aspects of the human psyche. They are not just creatures of beauty, grace, and magic. They are also symbols of our own inner darkness, our hidden desires, and our fears. The elf's ability to represent these darker traits has made it a perfect figure in the realm of shadow work, a tool for exploring the aspects of the self that remain in the shadows, suppressed, and misunderstood. To understand the connection between elves and shadow work, we must first acknowledge the power of the shadow itself, the unconscious parts of ourselves that we deny, repress, or refuse to confront. The concept of the shadow, popularized by Carl Jung, is the idea that every individual has aspects of their personality, desires, and fears that they do not want to acknowledge, often because they are deemed unacceptable by society or the individual's moral compass. These shadow aspects are not inherently evil but are simply parts of the self that are left in the dark, away from conscious awareness. Shadow work, then, is the process of bringing these hidden elements into the light, confronting them, and integrating them into the whole of the self. Elves, and their many mythological forms, serve as perfect representations of these darker traits. They are beings that exist on the margins, neither fully human nor entirely divine. In some cultures, they are said to be immortal, representing a perfection of the self that seems unattainable. But alongside this image of eternal beauty and grace, elves are often depicted as capricious, mischievous, and even malevolent. They are tricksters, seducers, and harbingers of misfortune, capable of causing both blessings and curses with a flick of their hand. This duality is not accidental. It mirrors the complexity of the human experience, the light and dark forces that reside within us all. The elf's mischievous and sometimes cruel nature embodies the parts of ourselves that we often repress, the parts that enjoy power, manipulation, and control, the parts that are capable of causing harm. In folklore, elves are often portrayed as beings that lure humans into their realms, only to trap them in a world of illusion and confusion. They are the seductive force that leads us astray, much like the unconscious desires that tempt us to stray from the path of righteousness. The elf's ability to enchant and deceive is symbolic of the allure of the shadow, the parts of ourselves that seem tempting or irresistible, yet can lead us down a dangerous road if we are not careful. In many myths, the elf is also associated with death, decay, and the underworld, forces that are often linked to the darker aspects of human nature. The elf's connection to these realms speaks to the fear we have of the unknown, of what lies beyond the veil of consciousness. Death, in many cultures, represents the ultimate unknown, the final confrontation with the shadow. The elves, in their role as gatekeepers between the living and the dead, are not only metaphors for the afterlife, but also for the deeper, darker aspects of the self that we must face before we can truly evolve. But the elf's role in shadow work goes beyond just representing our fears and darker desires. Elves are also creatures of transformation. In many myths, those who encounter the elves are changed in profound ways. They may return from the elf realm with a new understanding of themselves, their desires, and their place in the world. The elf, then, is not just a symbol of the parts of us that need to be confronted, but also a guide, leading us towards self-awareness and growth. By confronting the elf's darker aspects, its trickery, its seduction, its cruelty, we are forced to confront our own shadows, to integrate the parts of ourselves that we have long denied. This idea of transformation is particularly evident in the Celtic and Norse traditions, where elves are often depicted as beings capable of both good and ill. They may curse a person with eternal sleep or grant them a gift of wisdom and strength. These stories reflect the dual nature of the shadow, the parts of ourselves that can either lead us into despair or catalyze our growth, depending on how we confront them. To embrace the elf is to embrace the darker aspects of our own nature, to understand that these forces, though unsettling, are a part of who we are. The process of shadow work, in many ways, is about coming to terms with these darker traits and learning to integrate them in a way that makes us whole. In modern interpretations of elves, particularly in popular fantasy literature, the shadow side of the elf is often downplayed or romanticized. Elves are frequently portrayed as noble and virtuous beings, the epitome of light and beauty. Yet, even in these portrayals, there remains a subtle undercurrent of the elf's more dangerous nature, whether it's the pride of Tolkien's elves, their isolation, or their inherent sense of superiority over humans. These qualities, while not overtly malevolent, represent the darker sides of the elf, the aspects that make them both alluring and distant, powerful yet unreachable. These modern depictions reflect our ongoing struggle with the shadow, our desire to transcend the darker parts of ourselves while simultaneously being drawn to them. The concept of elves and their connection to shadow work also has a deeper psychological layer. Elves often live in the forests, isolated from human society, hidden away in realms that are difficult to access. This physical separation mirrors the way we often distance ourselves from our own shadow. We bury the parts of ourselves that we fear, or that society deems unacceptable, in the metaphorical forests of our psyche. But the elves, in their mystique and allure, are always present, waiting for us to confront them. They are the parts of ourselves that we cannot escape, no matter how much we try to bury them in the darkness. The elves, in all their complexity, are a reminder that the shadow is not something to fear or reject, but something to understand and embrace. Through shadow work, we learn that the elf is not merely a symbol of the darker aspects of the self, but also a guide towards self-acceptance. By facing the darkness of the elf, we are invited to confront our own darkness, our fears, desires, and insecurities, and bring them into the light. In this way, the elf becomes a mirror, reflecting back to us the parts of ourselves that we have long ignored or denied. And in doing so, they offer us a path to transformation, a chance to integrate the shadow and emerge as more complete, more self-aware beings. The elf, in all its mystique, danger, and allure, serves as a reminder that the darker aspects of ourselves are not to be feared but understood. They are a part of the whole, and only by confronting them can we begin to heal and grow. Just as the elf stands between the realms of light and shadow, so too must we learn to navigate the delicate balance between the two in our own lives. And in doing so, we can finally integrate the full spectrum of our humanity, embracing both the light and the dark, and becoming whole. There are stories, long forgotten and whispered only by the wind, of elves who were not the shimmering, benevolent creatures that we are so often taught to adore. These are the elves who dwelled in shadows, who twisted fate and manipulated lives with malicious intent. In a time before fairy tales softened their image, these elves were creatures of terror, entities capable of shaping reality with their dark whims. Yet, as the years passed, their sinister tales faded into obscurity, buried beneath layers of more palatable myths and more enchanting images. But the forgotten myths, those hidden away in dusty corners of ancient texts and barely remembered folklore, are beginning to resurface. They tell of elves who were not the gracious helpers of mortals, but the harbingers of doom, creatures who ensnared the unwary in traps of their own making. In these forgotten stories, the elves are not the glowing figures in moonlit glades, but shadowed figures lurking in the corners of the world, waiting to strike. They are not the whispering protectors of nature, but the very embodiment of its untamed, destructive force. One such myth hails from a forgotten time, when elves were said to roam the wilds, cursing villages with plague and famine. In these ancient stories, elves were not guardians of the forest, but creatures born from its darkest, most vengeful aspects. They were said to be tied to the cycles of death and decay, capable of summoning pestilence with a mere thought. They didn't just live in the woods, they were the woods, the forest's wrath personified. Those who dared to cut down sacred trees or hunt too carelessly in their domain would feel the cold, clammy touch of the elves as punishment. Whole villages could be wiped out overnight by the spreading diseases that these elves unleashed, with no one knowing why or how it had happened. The disease would come swiftly, carried by an invisible force, its origin a chilling mystery, until the old myths began to speak again of the elf's curse. Another dark legend tells of elves who seduced travelers with their beauty, leading them away from their loved ones and into the heart of the unknown. Once the victim was fully under their spell, the elf would strip them of their soul, leaving them as hollow, wandering shells of their former selves. There was no clear reason why these elves acted as they did, only the certainty that they would leave ruin in their wake. Some myths speak of travelers who returned home only to find that their bodies had been emptied of their essence, with no memory of what had happened in the days they had been lost. Others were never seen again, their fate sealed in the cold, unforgiving grasp of an elf who had taken them for its own twisted game. Perhaps the most unsettling of all these forgotten myths are the tales of elves who ruled over the underworld. In these stories, elves were not passive or playful creatures, they were rulers of a realm that lay beneath the earth, where the dead were kept in torment for eternity. The elven kings and queens of this world were feared not only for their powers, but for their capacity for cruelty. They would take those who had dared to defy them in life, trapping their spirits in the cold, unyielding darkness, forcing them to serve the elven court for all eternity. The underworld elves were not benevolent guardians of the dead, they were tyrants, keeping souls bound to their will through fear and manipulation. As these stories have been buried under the weight of time, the image of the elf has softened, morphed into something more palatable for modern sensibilities. But the resurgence of these forgotten tales serves as a reminder that elves were once more complex, more dangerous than the creatures we know today. They were beings that straddled the line between life and death, light and dark, joy and sorrow. And in many ways, they embodied the more uncomfortable, less understood parts of our own psyche, the parts that are capable of both great beauty and great destruction. For too long, we've ignored the shadowed side of elf mythology, choosing to focus on their grace, their wisdom, and their otherworldly beauty. But by rediscovering these forgotten myths, we are forced to confront a more unsettling truth. Elves are not just the gentle beings of folklore, they are also the harbingers of chaos and ruin, capable of causing immense harm when provoked or displeased. In some cultures, the mere mention of an elf could send shivers down the spine, for they were known to punish, manipulate, and control with an unforgiving hand. These forgotten myths also highlight the fragility of human understanding. The elf, in its malevolent form, was often a manifestation of forces beyond human control, a reminder of how powerless people felt in the face of natural disasters, disease, and the unknown. The elves were often invoked as scapegoats, blamed for calamities that no one could explain. In this way, elves represented the fears and anxieties of ancient peoples, the forces of the world that could not be controlled or understood. And yet, the elves also gave shape to these fears, making them tangible, personifying the unknown in ways that made them both terrifying and, in a strange sense, comforting. The rediscovery of these dark tales is not just a return to old stories, but an invitation to reconsider our relationship with the myths that have shaped our understanding of the world. These myths, though obscured by time, still hold power to make us question the nature of good and evil, the boundaries between light and darkness, and the forces that govern our lives. The forgotten elves are not simply remnants of ancient belief systems, they are a reminder of the complexities of the human experience, where beauty and terror, light and shadow, can coexist in ways we often fail to understand. As we dig deeper into these lost myths, we are confronted with the question of why we have forgotten them in the first place. What did we lose when we chose to focus on the benevolent side of the elf, leaving behind the darker, more dangerous aspects? Did we forget to confront our own shadows, to understand the parts of ourselves that we would rather not face? The forgotten elves, with their ability to both create and destroy, offer us a window into the complexity of the human psyche, reminding us that our myths are not simply stories to entertain us, they are mirrors, reflecting back the deepest truths about who we are and what we are capable of becoming. And so, as we revisit these old myths, we are not just uncovering stories of malevolent elves. We are also rediscovering the darkness within ourselves, the parts we have hidden away or denied, the forces of nature and fate that we are still learning to understand. The forgotten elves are waiting in the shadows, their tales a call to remember the complexity of the world, and of the beings, both human and otherwise, that inhabit it. Once, humans and elves existed as distinct beings in separate worlds, bound by their own rules, their own powers, and their own desires. Elves were often seen as the elusive, ethereal creatures, superior in their grace and knowledge, while humans were grounded, flawed, and struggling to find their place in the vast, chaotic world. The early tales told of a deep divide between the two species. Elves, with their ageless beauty and otherworldly wisdom, were both envied and feared by humans, while humans, in turn, were often seen as mere mortals, caught in a dance with fate they could not control. But over time, the relationship between these two groups has evolved, shifting in both subtle and profound ways. It has moved from one of awe and distance to something more complex, more intertwined, revealing deep truths about our own evolving nature. The ancient stories often portrayed elves as beings above human concerns. They lived in hidden realms, untouched by the struggles and shortcomings of mortal life, free from the ravages of time and death. Humans, then, saw them as beings to be revered, to be feared, or even to be worshipped. The human-elven relationship was not one of partnership or equality, but one of hierarchy, with elves perched at the top, untouchable and out of reach. To encounter an elf was to come face to face with the divine, with something unattainable and incomprehensible. They were the arbiters of fate, the holders of knowledge and power that humans could only dream of possessing. But as the centuries wore on, this distance began to shrink. The myth of the elf as a superior being started to fray at the edges, and in its place, a new narrative began to take shape. In the tales that emerged in the medieval and Renaissance periods, elves were no longer just distant gods or mystical creatures. They became more human, their motives more aligned with the desires and emotions of the people around them. The connection between humans and elves shifted from one of awe to one of desire, fear, and even envy. Elves were no longer simply untouchable, they were deeply involved in the mortal world, sometimes offering guidance, sometimes sowing chaos. This shift in the human-elven relationship reflects a shift in human understanding itself. As societies began to question long-held beliefs about hierarchy, power, and control, elves, too, began to take on a new role. No longer just distant beings above the fray, they became symbols of what humans aspired to: immortality, beauty, wisdom, and freedom. But alongside that admiration came a darker undercurrent. The elves were also a reflection of what humans feared, what it meant to be too perfect, too removed from the world, and too powerful to relate to those beneath them. Humans started to realize that while elves were indeed admirable, they were also alien, unknowable in ways that made them dangerous. As the mythos of elves shifted over time, they became not just symbols of divine perfection, but of something far more complex and unsettling. The human-elven dichotomy began to blur, as elves became more like humans in their relationships with others, capable of love, betrayal, jealousy, and greed. They no longer stood as separate entities of pure light or darkness, they became creatures of both. This change mirrored the evolution of human self-perception. As we grew more aware of our own complexity, our own contradictions, we started to see these qualities reflected in the very beings we once viewed as untouchable. In more modern depictions of elves, particularly in the wake of works like Tolkien's, elves have evolved into tragic figures. They are no longer perfect and untouchable, they are beings caught between their ancient origins and the changing world around them. The elves of the 20th and 21st centuries are often depicted as beings struggling with their immortality, their own place in a world that no longer reveres them. Their relationship with humans becomes one of both admiration and resentment. They may have power, beauty, and wisdom, but they are also isolated, burdened by time, and unable to truly connect with the human experience. The human-elven dichotomy thus becomes one of longing and fear, as both groups grapple with the limits of their own existence. Humans, for their part, may envy the elves' immortality but fear the cold, detached world that comes with it. The changing relationship between humans and elves also reveals something deeply significant about the nature of humanity itself. As we have evolved, so too has our understanding of the world and the creatures that inhabit it. The elf, once a symbol of unattainable perfection, now represents something more human, a reflection of our deepest desires and our greatest fears. We no longer see elves as pure beings, distant from our own experiences, but as beings shaped by the same struggles we face. They are not just symbols of what we wish we could be, but of the complexities we try to understand in ourselves. In this sense, the elf has become a mirror, reflecting our own inner battles, our own search for meaning, and our own attempts to transcend our mortality. At the same time, the relationship between humans and elves also mirrors our ongoing quest to reconcile the beauty and darkness within us. The elf, with its inherent connection to both the light and the dark, represents the dual nature of humanity. We admire what is beautiful and ethereal in the elf, but we also recognize the darker, more dangerous elements that come with it. The elf is not just a symbol of grace, it is a symbol of the power that can corrupt and destroy. And in that sense, the human-elven dichotomy has always been about more than just the difference between species. It is a reflection of our constant struggle to balance the light and the dark within ourselves. The human-elven dichotomy is not simply about two separate worlds, one of mortals and one of immortals. It is about the spaces between those worlds, the ways in which we project our own desires, fears, and complexities onto the beings that inhabit them. As humans, we have always sought to understand ourselves through the creatures of myth, whether they are the idealized elves or the monstrous beasts that lurk in the shadows. The relationship between humans and elves is not just a reflection of how we see these beings, it is a reflection of how we see ourselves and the eternal struggle to understand the nature of existence. And as we look to the future, we see that the human-elven relationship will continue to evolve, as all relationships do. What the future holds for elves and humans remains unknown, but one thing is certain, the dichotomy between them will never fully disappear. The elf, in all its beauty and danger, will continue to mirror humanity's desires, its fears, and its struggle for meaning in a world that is both wondrous and terrifying. In the ancient stories, the elves were more than just creatures of beauty or power, they were the vessels through which humanity's deepest lessons were passed down. Through their triumphs, their mistakes, and their interactions with the mortal world, the elves became symbols of forces greater than themselves. Forces that shaped not only nature and the supernatural, but also the very fabric of morality itself. From the gleaming halls of their kingdoms to the shadowed corners of their hidden realms, the elves taught lessons that continue to resonate, lessons about life, death, and the consequences of one's choices. The first of these lessons is a reminder of the balance of nature. Elves, in their most ancient depictions, were creatures deeply connected to the earth, the forest, and the untamed wilds. They were the caretakers of the land, protecting it with an almost reverential devotion. In many stories, elves were seen as guardians of natural order, beings who understood the delicate web of life and the importance of maintaining harmony between all living things. Their wisdom came not just from age, but from a deep, almost spiritual connection to the land they called home. Through their actions, humans were taught that nature was not just a backdrop to their lives, but an intricate, living force to be respected. But the elves also showed the dangers of imbalance. In some myths, elves were depicted as vengeful spirits, punishing those who disrespected the natural world. Those who harmed the forest or mistreated animals would face the wrath of the elves, a punishment that would often come in the form of disease, misfortune, or even death. These tales served as cautionary warnings, urging humanity to consider the consequences of their actions on the environment. They remind us that nature, though beautiful and giving, is also powerful and unforgiving, and that our relationship with it must be one of balance, respect, and understanding. The elves also taught humanity about the consequences of moral choices. Often, the relationship between humans and elves was fraught with temptation, whether it was the lure of an elven gift, a promise of immortality, or the chance to step into a world of boundless beauty and wonder. In many stories, humans who encountered elves found themselves caught in webs of deceit, their desires manipulated by the elves to serve their own ends. These tales were not just about the danger of interacting with magical beings, but about the human tendency to seek out shortcuts, to desire things that might not be meant for them. The consequences of these choices were often tragic. Lives were lost, hearts broken, and souls lost to the elves' beguiling power. Through these stories, elves served as both a temptation and a mirror for human desires, teaching lessons about greed, ambition, and the price one pays for pursuing things outside the natural order. But not all lessons from the elves were warnings of doom. In some myths, elves embodied the ideals of wisdom, self-control, and patience. They represented the highest virtues of what it meant to be noble, honorable, and true. The stories of elven heroes often taught the importance of restraint and honor in the face of adversity. Elves were not quick to anger, nor were they easily swayed by base desires. Their wisdom came from years of experience, from an understanding of the cyclical nature of life and death. They were beings who had lived through countless generations, and their insights were not born from raw power, but from the tempered knowledge that came with age. Through their actions, elves taught that true power did not lie in force or domination, but in patience, understanding, and the ability to rise above base instincts. Elves also represented a deeper understanding of the supernatural, one that transcended the physical world. In many cultures, elves were believed to exist on the edges of the visible world, inhabiting realms that were unseen by human eyes. They were beings who moved in and out of existence, their presence felt but never fully understood. In some myths, they were even considered messengers between the mortal world and the divine, acting as intermediaries between humanity and the gods. Through their connection to the unseen, the elves taught that there were forces beyond the physical world, forces that were as real as the earth beneath our feet, but far more mysterious and complex. They were a reminder that there was more to existence than the material world, and that the supernatural, though often hidden, played a role in shaping the lives of mortals. But perhaps the most powerful lesson the elves taught was one of transformation. In many stories, the elves were depicted as creatures capable of changing shape, moving through time and space with ease. Their ability to change, to shift between different forms and identities, reflected the fluid nature of existence itself. In some myths, elves were beings who could teach humans the art of transformation, whether it was through magic or through inner growth. The idea of transformation, whether it was the physical transformation of an elf into another being, or the spiritual transformation of a human through an encounter with an elf, was central to the elven legends. They represented the possibility of change, both for the individual and for the world. They embodied the idea that nothing was fixed, that the power to change, to grow, and to evolve was always within reach. Through their power, wisdom, and even their cruelty, the elves revealed deep truths about the nature of humanity. They were not simply magical creatures, detached from the world of men. They were reflections of the very things that made us human, the desires, fears, and moral struggles that define our existence. The elves' lessons were not simple or easy, but they were essential. Nature, with all its beauty and danger, is something we must respect. Our desires, if unchecked, can lead to ruin. And true wisdom comes from patience and an understanding of the world beyond what we can see. The elves showed us that the supernatural is not something to be feared or ignored, but something to be acknowledged, something that exists alongside us in ways we may never fully understand. The elves' teachings transcend the world of myth and legend. They speak to the deepest parts of us, the parts that grapple with the unseen, with the natural world, and with the choices we make in our lives. And though we may never fully understand the elves or the supernatural realms they inhabit, we can carry with us the lessons they offer. The elves, in all their complexity, continue to teach us, as they have for centuries, about the mysteries of life, death, and the space between. In the pages of fantasy, amidst the sweeping landscapes of imaginary worlds and the dazzling allure of magical creatures, there lies an unsettling truth. The fantastical often carries whispers of ancient fears, buried deep within the collective consciousness. The line between myth and fiction is thinner than we realize, and the very stories we believe to be mere escapism are often the ones that echo humanity's oldest anxieties. Fantasy is not just a realm of wonder and possibility, it is a space where our darkest fears come to life, clothed in the garb of the fantastical. Take, for instance, the recurring archetypes found in stories across cultures. Whether it's dragons, demons, or malevolent spirits, these creatures are not born from the desire for fantasy alone, they are reflections of real, tangible fears. Dragons, with their fire and might, symbolize the uncontrollable forces of nature, the destructive power of the earth, and the fear of annihilation. They remind us of the untamed wilderness, the things we cannot tame, and the natural disasters that lie beyond our control. They hint at a time when the earth was wild and uncaring, when fire, storms, and beasts roamed without mercy, and humanity was powerless against them. Similarly, the creatures of the dark, like vampires and ghouls, tap into our primal fear of death and the unknown. The vampire, with its hunger for blood and immortality, reflects a fear of the decay of the body, of what happens when the soul is no longer connected to the flesh. Vampires embody the fear of being trapped between life and death, unable to escape the pull of the grave, endlessly roaming in a state of half-life. The ghouls and the undead, rising from their graves to feast on the living, serve as a constant reminder of our mortality, of the inevitability of death and what may lie beyond it. These creatures are not merely monsters, they are the personifications of our ancient, primal fears of what awaits us in the darkness. The elves, too, are creatures that carry deep-rooted fears, though they are often romanticized in contemporary fantasy. Beneath the beauty and elegance of the elf lies an unsettling truth. Elves are often portrayed as immortal beings, removed from the human experience of aging, pain, and death. But in their detachment lies a deep fear of isolation, of being eternally removed from the cycles of life that govern the mortal world. The elf's immortality, while often seen as a blessing, is also a curse, as it removes them from the fleeting beauty of life, leaving them to grapple with endless existence and the eventual fading of meaning. In this, the elf hints at humanity's fear of living too long, of being trapped in a world where everything else has withered away, and the joy of living is slowly strangled by the weight of eternity. Fantasy, at its core, is a reflection of humanity's most ancient fears, fears that have been passed down through the generations like whispers on the wind. These fears are not just about the things that go bump in the night, they are about our place in the world, our connection to nature, our fear of death, and our search for meaning in an existence that often feels too vast to comprehend. The creatures of fantasy are more than mere inventions, they are expressions of the deep, collective unconscious that binds us all together. They are the manifestations of our most primal instincts, the ones we cannot escape, no matter how much we may try. But perhaps the most powerful truth in fantasy is not just the fears it reveals, but the way in which it offers us a way to confront them. In the world of fantasy, we can face the monsters, the unknowns, and the things that lurk in the shadows with a sense of agency. We can defeat the dragon, banish the vampire, or outwit the dark spirits. Fantasy allows us to take our ancient fears and transform them into challenges we can overcome. It provides a sense of control in a world that often feels uncontrollable, offering us the illusion of power over the very things that have haunted us for centuries. In these fantastical worlds, we are given the tools to confront the darkest corners of our minds, to confront the things that we cannot understand or explain. And in the process, we come to understand that the monsters we face are not always external. Sometimes, they are the ones that live within us, the fears we suppress, the anxieties we refuse to face, the darkness we try to ignore. Through fantasy, we are given a safe space to confront these fears, to face them head-on, and to come out stronger on the other side. But even in the most triumphant moments of fantasy, there is an undercurrent of melancholy, a recognition that the fears we face are not so easily vanquished. The dragon may be slain, but the fear of fire and destruction remains. The vampire may be destroyed, but the fear of death lingers in the background, a reminder that no matter how many monsters we conquer, the ultimate fear of mortality is one we can never truly escape. In this way, fantasy hints at the fragile nature of the human condition, the unrelenting pull of our own mortality, and the ways in which we seek meaning in a world that seems both beautiful and terrifying. In the end, the truth in fiction is that it is not merely an escape from reality, it is a way of confronting the deepest parts of our being, the parts of ourselves we are afraid to acknowledge. Through the lens of fantasy, we can face our most primal fears and confront the darkness with courage and resilience. And in doing so, we come to understand that the monsters we face are not always the ones outside of us, but the ones that live within. The truth in fiction is that the real monsters are not the dragons or the ghouls, but the shadows within our own hearts, waiting to be acknowledged. And in that acknowledgement, we may just find the strength to rise above them. There is a powerful allure in the concept of elves, mysterious, timeless beings who walk between the worlds of mortals and the divine. But as we look closer at their nature, it becomes apparent that these beings, so often portrayed as ethereal and angelic, carry within them something far more complex, even sinister. The truth behind elves, their hidden darkness, matters today more than ever. In a world teetering between awe and fear of the unknown, elves represent an archetype that forces us to face the things we don't want to acknowledge, our own darker instincts, desires, and truths. In the past, elves were not the benevolent creatures of fantasy we are familiar with today. Their origins are steeped in shadow, with tales of trickery, manipulation, and even malevolent deeds. They were not always the wise, graceful beings of light we now revere in modern retellings. No, elves were once deeply intertwined with forces of chaos, power, and primal destruction. Their beauty was not a sign of purity, but a mask for the raw, untamed power they wielded. They were capable of deep cruelty, ruling over realms where mortals were mere pawns, and their acts of vengeance were swift and unforgiving. This darkness, once buried beneath layers of myth and fairy tale, is resurfacing in today's world as we begin to re-examine the myths that shaped us. Elves, once the embodiment of elegance and virtue, now remind us of the dangers of unchecked power, the corruption that can arise from isolation, and the price of immortality. We live in a world where the pursuit of eternal life, where the hunger for influence and control, often leads us to forget the consequences of our actions. The elves, with their immortal beauty and often cold-hearted ways, hold up a mirror to the darker impulses of human nature, the desire for perfection, the hunger for control, and the fear of death. The true nature of elves forces us to confront the inherent duality of existence. They represent both light and dark, creation and destruction, kindness and cruelty. In their immortal souls, we see the beauty of timeless existence, but also the peril of stagnation. Immortality, so often romanticized, comes at the cost of endless repetition, an eternity of watching the world change while remaining static. Elves are not immune to the ravages of time, they simply suffer in silence, their grief and sorrow hidden beneath a veneer of grace. The darkness they carry is not just about their actions, but their very existence, a constant reminder of the loneliness and despair that can accompany eternity. Why does this matter today? Because we, too, live in a world where the pursuit of power, control, and perfection threatens to disconnect us from the things that make us human, our mortality, our empathy, and our ability to grow and change. The more we strive for immortality in our technologies, our desires for power, the more we risk becoming like the elves in their most sinister form, beings trapped in their own immortality, disconnected from the world they once cherished. Furthermore, elves teach us about the balance between nature and civilization. Once caretakers of the wild, their deep connection to the land was often portrayed as both sacred and dangerous. They could manipulate the elements, summon storms, and call forth life or death with the flick of a hand. But that power was never to be taken lightly. The elves were, and still are, a reminder that humanity must walk in harmony with nature, not above it. Their dark side is a reflection of what happens when that balance is disturbed. The pursuit of unchecked progress, of ignoring the warnings of the past, is a path that leads to destruction. We, too, must remember the importance of protecting what is sacred and honoring the natural world that sustains us. In the modern world, elves have become symbols of escapism, but they still carry the weight of the ancient truths they represent. They are not just characters in stories, they are the archetypes of our deepest fears, our greatest desires, and our dark inclinations. They are warnings, still lingering in the shadows, reminding us of the consequences of our actions. In a time when technology promises us immortality, when we are increasingly disconnected from the earth, when power is sought at any cost, the true nature of elves holds an undeniable relevance. We cannot ignore the darkness in the elf myths without ignoring the darkness within ourselves. As we move through the complexities of modern life, it's essential to understand that the lessons the elves offer are not just for fantasy novels, they are for our own lives. The darkness that elves embody is not a distant myth, it's something we must confront in our world today. The fear of immortality, the dangers of power, and the consequences of losing touch with nature are not far-off fears, they are very much part of our present reality. The elves remind us that the pursuit of light, without understanding the shadow, leads to destruction. By embracing the true nature of elves, acknowledging both their beauty and their darkness, we can begin to understand the balance that we, too, must strive for in our lives. The myths of old are not just stories, they are reflections of the fears and truths that have shaped us for millennia. They matter because they force us to ask difficult questions, to confront the things we would rather ignore, and to ultimately seek balance between our ambitions and the world we inhabit. Only by understanding the darkness can we truly appreciate the light. And only by recognizing the true nature of the elves can we hope to understand the darker aspects of our own humanity.